Check, 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 check. Okay. Good morning and welcome everybody to the 2025 U.S. Biathlon Senior National Championships and Spring Festival presented by Toyota. Coming to you live from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center in Bozeman, Montana, as we see our IPC sit skiers lined up to start their mass start competition. This is day 2 of biathlon racing here at the Bozeman-based venue. Michael Nealand, Kendall Gretsch, Ty Weiberg, Nicole Zano, and Aaron Martin are on the line this morning, and they are off. And there goes our sit ski competition. Beautiful conditions here in Bozeman this morning. A little bit of wind on the range. Talking to some of the coaches out at Zero, it sounds like some of the athletes are going to be taking some clicks out there today, but it should lend itself to some fun and exciting biathlon, to be honest. So we see Nealand and Weiberg taking off the start here, full speed downhill to start. And we got a little crash by Nealand there. Weiberg stays on his skis. So that's biathlon right there. You got to deal with not just the shooting, but also some icy conditions this morning, believe it or not, because it did get a little cold last night. That mixed with the wet snow from the day before, that created a little bit of a crusty surface on top, but it's probably going to get nice and soft as the sun comes out. So great recovery there by Nealand, and I'm sure he's going to get back up with that crew in front of him. About 5 minutes here, we have our senior men's and junior men's competition starting, and we're going to follow them through most of the race. You can follow along at home on the live timing at muddydogsports.com. That is the website you're going to want to go to follow along the live timing. We have split checkpoints after the penalty loop, so you'll be able to see where your racer is if they're not in the front and we aren't able to capture them on the camera. But muddydogsports.com has done a great job of timing this weekend, but also many events around the West Coast in the past. So shout out to them for being out here and putting on a great show for the timing. So as you can see, we got some absolutely beautiful shots of the canyon as these IPC sit skiers are making their way through the course here. Really impressive. I'm going to be honest, I don't follow too much of the IPC circuit, but it's absolutely incredible how well that these... we got a fall there by Ty Weiberg, but he is going to be back up and going. And here comes Nealand. So just like that, biathlon just goes back and forth, and a little tangle up there by Nealand and Weiberg. But just like that, these athletes are going head to head again. So just like the range with penalty loops, there's other obstacles out on course that are gonna require you to be on your toes out there and bring your best to this national championships. So we're see these IPC sit skiers moving around the course. I believe that's Kendall Gretsch in the lead there. It's tough to see, but we're gonna skip back to the stadium here as we have our senior and junior men's mass start competition is lined up and ready to go. Bib 211 over there in the green. That's Jake Brown, birthday boy today. Jake Brown looking for a victory on his birthday. Next to him is his good friend and fellow World Cup athlete, Paul Schomer, representing Aaron's Nordic Center. And then on the far side, bib 213, yesterday's silver medalist. That's the lefty, Bjorn Westervelt, coming from Vermont, racing for the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. In the second row, local athlete 214, that's Van Ledger, racing for the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. Vincent Bonacci in the middle, in the blue there, behind Paul Schomer. And then somehow the youth athlete who's racing up in the senior category, Tristan Thrasher, has made his way into the sixth start spot there, racing for Altius, Team Altius. Tristan, a youth athlete racing who raced on the Junior Cup this season and had some great results there. As you can see, the rest of the field behind them, a couple more Altius athletes, many more Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athletes. You can see Michigan Tech, Sam Sturts there in the middle in the yellow and black, and a bunch of Paul Smith's athletes out in the back as well. So here we go. We are going to be underway with the men's mass start here in just a moment. And there they are off. And there they go. They're heading out of the stadium, down the trail. We're going to take a look to make sure there's no carnage out there, make sure there's no broken skis or poles. That's the biggest concern with these mass starts. I got to believe, being the end of the season and athletes, not wanting to fight each other too much out on the course, there may have been a little gentleman's agreement not to go out too hard, not to break anyone's poles off the start here, and really let the race sort of unfold after the first shooting. But we're going to see, as Paul Schomer looks like he's going to take the lead as we head into the first climb. This is the Aspen climb, one of the steeper climbs here in Crosscut. Not the steepest, but one of the steepest, and probably one of the steeper ones they're going to have on the course today. As they make their way over that first hill into the downhill here, we're getting a beautiful view of the venue and the facilities out here. Tons of snow. That is definitely not the problem here in Bozeman. It's the weather, the warm weather, that's going to be really affecting the snow out there. As we see our first IPC athletes coming into the range here, it looks like Kendall Gretsch, and not sure if we're going to see Nealon and Weiberg. They were close to them there. There goes Gretsch out of the range. And here comes Weiberg. So it looks like Nealon is the one who is jumping off the mat now in the orange, and Weiberg coming in to shoot. So there's a pretty good IPC event going on right here. Pretty good competition. I'll keep you updated on how people are doing as they cross the checkpoint after the penalty loop. In case anyone goes into the penalty loop, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get their shooting data, as their targets are not going to be hooked up to the target system. But I will keep you updated on how they're going through the checkpoint, so that way we know how they're doing. And it looks like Kendall Gretsch is out on course after shooting number one, so she is clean. And there goes Michael Nealon. So Michael Nealon is going to be about, it's hard to tell how far back they are, but Nealon and Weiberg are definitely going to be battling head-to-head for this IPC battle here. As there goes Weiberg, 8.3 seconds behind Nealon. So Kendall Gretsch with a decent lead after shooting number one, and a tight battle between Nealon and Weiberg. As we take a look back out on course, is this a breakaway or is this a straggler? Have not been watching the field here. It looks like we have a breakaway. Is this going to be Jake Brown breaking away on his birthday? I can't tell from this angle. Looks like we have a Craftsberry Green Racing project in the peloton here. Can't tell if that is going to be Bjorn Westervelt or Jake Brown. I'd love to imagine or believe that it's going to be Jake Brown doing the breakaway on his birthday here. We are going to see them come into the range pretty soon. We'll have a better idea of who that is. As we see the long, sweeping, fast downhill. This is the big downhill as they come through the woods, near the range, not by the range, near the range. They still have a little finger they have to go ski around before coming into the stadium. And it looks like that leader has absolutely taken off from the rest of the pack. Now, a question that we get here sometimes in the World Cup is who's got the best skis? That is not an issue today. All skis have been common waxed, meaning they have the exact same wax on them. US Biathlon collected everybody's skis yesterday and waxed every ski with the same ski and the same structure. So any differences you see in the downhill here from these athletes is just purely based on how they did pushing over the top of the hill and how they did with their personal ski selection. As we cut back to the range, we see 205. That's Erin Martin. She's pulling away after her shooting there, and we should be seeing our senior men's category coming into the first shooting pretty soon. It's going to be like 2 minutes to range. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's Jake Brown in the breakaway there because I can see Bjorn Westervelt pretty clearly in third place behind Paul Schomer. Vincent Bonacci is in there, Burkhart, Sturtz, and Ledger all in this chasing group. So I'm going to give it to Jake Brown in the pull-away here as he's entering the range. Now here is the question, is Jake going to be able to shoot clean after his breakaway here? He had a great ski race yesterday. He skied absolutely insane with some good, I think it was 1-1 shooting, so he was clearly by far and away the best shooter from yesterday, and it is Jake Brown, and he's going to be coming into lane number 1. So how do you like that? Really puts it to his competitors on the trail, and then with the confidence of coming into lane 1. We're going to see the targets here of the first 6 athletes, and I'll keep you updated. We also have the graphics from the entire field if you're looking for your athlete who's not towards the front. Jake Brown starts with a miss, hits his second target. Bjorn Westervelt is going 3 for 3. Brown out with 2 misses. Westervelt is clean, so Westervelt's going to take the lead. Can Burkhart stay with him in lane 4? Yes, he can. 3 clean shooters as Paul Schomer also goes clean. So we're going to have 3 athletes in the lead, but we know that Jake Brown is skiing extremely well. He will be able to overcome this deficit as we see more clean shooting down the line. Lane 9, that was clean. That was the lefty Tristan Thrasher, who's, again, a youth athlete racing senior. And we have on lane 11 clean as well. That was going to be Sam Sturtz, another lefty from Michigan Tech, who's also clean. But it looks like Sturtz is having some issues on the range as he's still on the range, yet to leave. But we look forward to the lead group. We have Bjorn Westervelt from the Craftsberry Green Racing Project in the green suit there in the lead. And Paul Schomer has decided he's going to pick up the pace a little bit here, see if he can stick it to his younger competitors here. Vincent Bonacci in the blue in the back. And so we have a little battle here at the front. I'm sure we're going to see Jake Brown rejoin this group. Nick Burkhart, who was also clean, should be close to this group, so we might see him as we pan away. But let's keep it here with this beautiful V1 technique from these IBU Cup, World Cup level athletes. As we're following Bonacci up over the top of the hill here. Vincent Bonacci, if you're a fan of US Biathlon and follow US Biathlon closely, you'll realize that he was sort of missing from the IBU Cup scene for the majority of the season after Christmas. He actually got mono and had some issues and was not able to compete the second half of the season. He went home, really prioritized rest and recovery, and felt that he was good enough to race this weekend, and here he is currently in third place. A little bit of tough shooting yesterday, so he missed the podium, but he is definitely one of the better skiers out there, one of our top skiers in the US Biathlon organization, so you definitely expect him to be towards the front of the field. We also have from the Craftsberry Green Racing Project, you can see there in second place, Bjorn Westervelt, just recently graduated from the University of Vermont. He was our FISU Mass Start champion last season, so the Winter World University Games in Lake Placid, New York. He was our mass start champion there, so he has tons of experience in these head-to-head competitions. He's worked so hard on his shooting speed the last season, and he's really improved. Great results on the IBU Cup season, and then we have Paul Schomer in the lead here. Now, that many of you know, Paul Schomer had some issues with his knees last year, and he went to Europe before the World Cup season, and while he was at the pre-World Cup camp, ultimately determined that he was not going to be able to race and needed to come back and get the surgery done on his knee. So he decided to give up his spot last year. Unfortunately, that means he lost his spot on the national team, so he was training pretty much solo for the majority of the summer. He bought an RV and was driving around the Midwest, the Northeast, spent a lot of time at the Aaron's Nordic Center in Brillion, Wisconsin, training, getting back. You know, a lot of athletes in his position, he's a little bit older, he's already been to the Olympics, probably would have called it quits, but not Paul. He really put in the time and the effort and used every resource that he had, and he not only made the comeback by being our top qualifier at our IBU trials events in Craftsbury, Vermont, but then he went on to be a medalist on the IBU Cup. He came in second place, earning a silver medal at the IBU Cup in Ridnown, I believe it was, which easily secured his spot on the World Championship team only a week and a half later, and then went to the World Championships, and unfortunately didn't have the same results that he did on the IBU Cup, but just what an amazing comeback story for him to make that comeback after the knee surgery. So that is who we have in the lead here, as we've seemed to have dropped Vincent Bonacci back a little bit, because these two athletes have been really racing up until last week or so. Paul Schomer racing in the Oslo World Cup, the final World Cup of the season, and then Westervelt racing on the IBU Cup. Okay, maybe he's had a few weeks of recovery since the IBU Cup has ended. Although I did talk to Westervelt, he said he spent most of that recovery out here in Bozeman skiing at Bridger. So I don't know how well his endurance is going to hold up against Schomer, who's still sort of in his race season, so to speak. So it kind of makes sense that they were able to drop Bonacci, who's been really resting and recovering for the last couple months. And this is, I talked to Bonacci after the race yesterday. This was really his first intensity after coming back from his long break. So I like to tell athletes, you just got to shake the rust off a little bit. You got to get out there, you got to put in the effort in order to sort of retrain your body on how to do it, how to go for it. And Bonacci is definitely experiencing that right now. So I'm sure we'll see as they come into the range. I'm sure we'll see Bonacci and Burkhart and maybe even Jake Brown together as they come into the shooting. So, all right, as we're approaching the range here, let's take a look on the side of the trail. Do we see any coaches giving corrections with their zero board? It looks like we have Lowell Bailey running along both Westervelt and Schomer. So I don't know who he was giving that correction to, but someone needed to make a little correction there, and so we'll see if either of them make a correction with their sights as they come in. We're gonna want this one.
Stand by camera 8, taking camera 8.
As they come around. Looks like Westervelt is going to take the lead. I love it. Don't be surprised when you see some funky moves by Westervelt here. He's a lefty, so he's got his range procedure dialed down. Come on to the point. We've got both the shooting data and the target cam, so we're going to know pretty clearly. Looks like Bonacci was able to stay with them. Westervelt starts with a hit. 2 for 2 for Westervelt. I told you he's been working on his shooting speed, but that is a miss for his third shot. Hits number 4, and Westervelt goes 4 for 5. Schomer, chance to take the lead here, misses his last shot. Absolutely no wind, so hopefully, that seems like it was just his mistake, as we have the junior athlete Thor Shepard actually in 4th place. Bonacci trying to stay with the leaders, has 2 misses. That is going to be tough. Shepard now in lane 4. He's a fast shooter. If he goes clean here, expect him to be in the lead. He is going to go, looks like miss on the first shot. Hits the second. 3. Hits 4. and misses the last shot. So far, nobody is clean after this second shooting here. Can Ledger or Thrasher? No, they are not going to be clean either. So in my estimation, the rankings are going to stay about the same here as everyone's had 1 or 2 misses. We still have not seen Jake Brown.
Stand by camera 7. Switch to camera 7. Cut to camera 7.
And yes, as I expected, it is going to be the exact same order as we leave the range here. Westervelt and Schomer are out on course, followed closely by Van Ledger in 3rd place, local MSU college athlete racing for the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. Van Ledger moves into 3rd place. Jake Brown right behind Ledger in 4th. So we did miss Jake Brown, but I have to assume he shot clean after 2 misses in the first prone. So he's probably going to be chasing down Ledger, and hopefully he can get within a couple seconds of Paul Schomer. He's 36 seconds back. Schomer 4 seconds back of Westervelt, but we know that Westervelt and Schomer are probably going to be head-to-head when they get out there on course. So we're going to stay here on the range just for a minute to take a look at some of these chasing athletes. Paul Smith's athlete right there. That's going to be bib 224, Philip Matthews. For junior men, Philip Matthews is actually in 2nd place at the moment. We have Thor Shepard, as I mentioned, the junior man who is currently in the lead here. Actually, a lot of these athletes that we're looking at right here are junior men. As we see Philip Matthews taking off, looks like he's got a penalty loop. I didn't see too much clean shooting. In this bout. There's lane number 18 with a clean shooting there. Trying to see who that is. I believe that might be Warren Roseholt.
Camera 2, if you can just follow what targets they're hitting, that's awesome. Thank you. Camera 2's picture camera 8, you're the main.
So just also touching base on what's going on in the IPC event, Kendall Gretsch is miles ahead. She's having an absolutely stellar race, and that checks out. Kendall has had a lot of victories on the IPC World Cup. Yes, World Cup and World Championships. She has a lot of 1s and 2s next to her name, as she is one of the stronger athletes on course. But for the men's sit-ski competition, we have a pretty tight battle between Ty Weiberg and Michael Nealon after, I believe they're through 2 shooting stages. Yes, they are. 2 shooting stages. Weiberg and Nealon are only separated by less than a minute. And you know that with 1 poor shooting stage, the rankings can jumble up. So Weiberg, or Nealon, even though he's about a minute back of Weiberg, he is not out of it yet. Now, if you want to follow along at home and follow the live results, looking for your athlete that we can't show on camera, you can go to muddydogsports.com and you can find the live timing. We do have split points after the penalty loop, so you can see how the race is going.
Okay, camera 7. Okay, copy.
As we see Nealand come into the shooting stage here.
Copy camera 2. Okay, there you go, you got him. Stand by camera 7, cutting to camera 7.
As we take a look back out on course, looks like Schomer has now taken the lead over Westervelt. Now, funny story for Bjorn Westervelt here. He, the last weekend of the IBU Cup, they were telling me a story of how his rifle stock actually broke when it fell. His rifle fell out of the van when they arrived to the venue, broke his stock in half. And so this weekend, he's actually using his U.S. Biathlon's spare lefty stock, which is actually hard to come by, spare lefty. But luckily for Bjorn, the spare lefty that US Biathlon has been using was actually his old stock from when he was a junior. So a little bit of adjustment on the range the other day. He got it dialed in for himself, and he is obviously using that stock and that rifle to the best of its ability, as he's currently in second place, right behind Paul Schomer. These two guys were teammates on the IBU Cup for the pretty much a good portion of the middle of the season through the European Championships, as well as some of the IBU Cups around the Euro Champs. It's all messed up.
Okay, good. Camera 8, stand by.
Schomer. As they're coming into the range, looks like Westervelt is going to give the lead to Schomer, let him take place number 1. As we move into the standing shooting now, taking a look at these positions here, Westervelt's standing shooting on the season has been 73%, which is it's a little wild, I'm going to be honest. So definitely have the advantage. Paul Schomer has the advantage here, as he's a great shooter, both prone and standing. But Westervelt's going to be quick with that first shot hit. There's 2. Westervelt 3 for 3. Schomer 1 hit. A miss for Westervelt. He leaves the door open for Schomer, but he shot quicker, so he's going to need a miss here from Schomer to stay in the lead, and he gets it. So Schomer and Westervelt are both on the penalty loop. Don't look now. Birthday boy Jake Brown comes into lane 3 with a clean shooting here. Jake Brown will definitely take the lead. He's been skiing extremely well this season.
Camera 7, if you could pick up the penalty lead.
Brown goes 2 for 2. And Brown has 2 misses again, so the lead is going to stay with Westervelt and Schomer. Ledger cannot stay with them with a miss. Bonacci can bring himself into third place here with clean shooting. Misses that 4th shot, so nobody can go clean. Here comes Team Altius. Tristan Thrasher and Thor Shepard, teammates for Team Altius. They're coming in. Thrasher the lefty. Shepard is the righty. Shepard's pretty quick with shooting, so expect him to rattle a few shots off here. And if he's dialed, he can definitely knock them down pretty quickly. Again, bib number 216 there, Thrasher, youth athlete, a young youth athlete, only 16 years old. He's racing up in the senior category today because he wants the tough competition. He wants to learn what it takes to race at this higher level. I believe we may have lost connection with the targets there, because I doubt both of those guys went 5 and 4 together. So we'll see if they're. We'll take a look at the live timing as we look in the lower right-hand corner. It looks like Westervelt and Westervelt and Schomer are just as they were last lap. Little bit of a lead for Westervelt, and that is thanks to his fast shooting. Schomer is probably going to catch him by the time they get to the range. And it looks like we have the update on Thrasher with 1 miss and Shepard with 2. So they are not going to be able to move their way up into the mix here very much at all. As we see Matt Strum here taking some shots. Strum from Team Spud, 4 hits out of 5. Great opportunity for some of these chasers. Tim Cobb here, the lefty. Crosscut Mountain Sports Center's Nicholas Burkhart in the blue, and Michigan Tech University's Sam Sturts. If any of them can go clean here, this will be a great opportunity for them to move back up, get with that chasing group. But unfortunately, as we can see from the drone footage in the lower right, our leaders are well into this course, coming up on the halfway point of the loop. So these chasers, they really need to start hitting targets and skiing fast if they want to stay in contention for the podium. As we see Sturts finish up shooting there. We didn't get his shooting data, unfortunately. It looks like he's got 3 misses there, just updated. Let's take a look back out on course. What is happening? Is Schomer able to close the gap on Westervelt, or is Westervelt? Looks like Westervelt is starting to pick it up a little bit here. Maybe his legs are starting to come back. But yeah, what a great competition we have here in first and second place. But you also cannot count out Jake Brown. Jake Brown skiing so fast right now. He's got at least 4 penalties, potentially 5 already. And the fact that he's still in third place, I'll give you an update on the standings here. You can go to Muddy Dog Sports and take a look at the live timing yourself if you'd like. Westervelt, first place. Schomer, second place, 6 seconds back. Van Ledger still in third place. 4th, Bonacci, and 5th is Jake Brown. So the gap between third place and Jake Brown is only going to be about 14 seconds, and Jake Brown skiing so well, you got to imagine he's going to come back in and shoot on lane 3 after this after this ski lap. So you can't count him out. As we're watching some good technique here from Paul Schomer, we got our live timing, or our live range shots going here. Looking for good shooting from someone down the order. Couple 1s and 2s, but still not many 0s, if any. I don't believe, if I recall correctly, I don't believe anyone actually shot clean in that shooting stage, which is sort of understandable, though. It's tough to see the wind flags, but it is a little bit windy today. Coaches on the range were telling me that 0 was a little tough, a little left and right wind. Sometimes it's blowing left, sometimes it's blowing right. Yesterday we had absolutely no wind for this morning competition, and so everyone probably had to end up taking clicks at some point from yesterday's conditions. But the wind going back and forth, it hurts the athletes trying to zero their rifle, but it definitely hurts when you're standing there and standing. Your rifle is just blowing around like a sail in the wind. And so far, we've seen that to be the case with nobody going clean in the first standing stage. As we see one of the chasers coming in from Team Soldier Hollow.
Camera, you're going to have the leader coming in.
Absolutely great shots of the range here, the festivities that are going on here, all the spectators, coaches, families, supporters coming in for this final shooting stage as we see Bjorn Westervelt maintaining his lead over Paul Schomer. So this is going to be for the win here. We know that Westervelt is going to shoot fast, and with the lead that he has on Schomer on the skis, you got to believe that he has about 1 penalty loop advantage right now. He has 1 miss advantage over Schomer with his speed and his little lead that he's got right here. But let's take a look. Slight wind. Westervelt starts with a hit. 2 for 2. 3 for 3. Takes a pause. Westervelt misses his final 2 shots. The door is open for Paul Schomer. Westervelt goes clean. Westervelt goes clean. Schomer is also clean, so he's going to be chasing. There's Jake Brown coming into third place. Jake Brown needs to shoot exceptionally fast and clean if he wants to stay with the 2 leaders. We are going to have a ski race on the last lap with Paul Schomer and Bjorn Westervelt. I just saw them go past the penalty loop. They're separated by that margin right there. Jake Brown on lane number 3. Van Ledger, lane 4. Vincent Bonacci, lane 5 for the final spot on the podium. we're going to watch to see if Schomer can close down Westervelt. It looked like on the last lap he was having trouble. And who's going to go clean? But Vincent Bonacci. He's going to move into third place. After not racing for the majority of the winter, Bonacci's going to be in third place as Brown has a penalty loop. Ledger is having some trouble on the range. He's going to be out of it. This is actually going to be a great competition for third place now because Brown is skiing extremely well. Bonacci has been missing a lot of time due to the mono that he had this early winter. So now we're going to also see if Brown can catch Bonacci for that last spot on the podium. But as we look forward again, we see Westervelt putting the hurt onto Paul Schomer. On the last lap, Schomer looked like he was pretty exhausted, and he did not make up the time that he made on lap number 3 over Westervelt. So I wonder if Westervelt knows this, and he feels like he's going to be able to hold off Schomer, or if Schomer was saving something for this last lap. I'm going to pull up the live timing here to see what's the difference between Bonacci and Jake Brown after shooting number 3. Jake Brown has about 30 seconds to make up on Vincent Bonacci. That is going to be absolutely not insurmountable, but it's going to be pretty difficult for Brown. We talked to Brown after the sprint race yesterday, and he said he was feeling good. The altitude was getting to him a little bit, but he said he was feeling pretty strong out there, and his ski times certainly reflected that. As we saw Thrasher with one miss. Shepard goes clean now. So look at this. Everybody, after pretty, no clean shooting in the third shooting stage, a lot of clean shooting now in the fourth shooting stage. So this is great way to end the race for all these athletes. As we are approaching the intersection that's just above the range, the athletes are going to make a right-hand turn, and then you're going to have your last absolutely major climb. And this is where Schomer's going to have to go for it if he wants to stay on Westervelt, as we're following Schomer here through the intersection. We got supporters pushing Paul along, but we can't even see Westervelt anymore. So unfortunately for Schomer, I believe the writing's going to be on the wall for him. And there's Westervelt. We caught a small glimpse of him up at the front. So the distance between the two athletes is still the same. But so Schomer's not closing anything on Westervelt, but he's running out of time here. Maybe Paul has confidence in his skis. Maybe he picked something up earlier in the race that his skis, for whatever reason, are running well, and he has a little bit of opportunity in the second half of the course. This is the major climb. Westervelt is already cresting the climb and pushing into the downhill. The last about half K of the race is going to be in the sun. But we're going to cut to the finish line real quick as we say Kendall Gretsch coming to the line. Bib 202. She is going to be your sit ski winner. And it looks like she was able to even pull away from Nealon and Weiberg, who back out looking at Nealon and Weiberg, they're still separated by about a minute after shooting number 4. So they're also going to have a good ski battle out there as well. Back out on course now, still following Paul Schomer. And actually, unless they're lapping someone, I believe Schomer could be actually reeling in Westervelt there on this downhill. It's tough to tell. And yeah, I think that's going to be a lapped athlete. So Westervelt is still in the lead here. Yeah, they're going to. So any moment now, we're going to see Westervelt coming out of the woods and coming to the finish line. And we'll cut to our finish cam. Don't forget, we still have a great battle going on for third place. Jake Brown has 30 seconds to make up to Vincent Bonacci for third place. And here he is, Bjorn Westervelt, coming down the finish stretch. Absolutely sensational performance for Bjorn. He is going to be your mass start champion.
Go to the next finisher.
Can we do picture-in-picture with this? And there's Paul Schomer. Crossing the line, absolutely great effort out there. Just couldn't hang with the youngster from the Crossberry Green Racing Project. And then here's the battle for third place. Vincent Bonacci. It looks like he's able to hold off. Looks like he's going to be able to hold off Jake Brown. Vincent's giving it everything he has. He knows the fast skier is coming up behind him. And we can see Jake Brown is coming. Jake Brown is in the background of Bonacci, but I think Bonacci is going to be able to hold him off. Yes, he is. So there's your podium. Great race there. Bjorn Westervelt, your champion. Paul Schomer, second place. And Vincent Bonacci with clutch, clean shooting at the end of the race is able to hold off the fast skiing Jake Brown. And this is what you love to see. We're talking about Bonacci earlier in the race. He took a lot of time off because of mono. This was his first intensity back after taking that time off, and he's able to push himself all the way to the line to hold off Brown. This is an absolutely stellar performance by Bonacci. Great race by Brown, too. I'm sure he wishes he had one more hit target because he could have probably fought potentially for second with Schomer. But great racing there from our national team guys. But as we look down the course, here come our sit ski racers. Ty Weiberg, who did leave the range in first place over Michael Nealon, is coming to the finish line now. Here's Ty Weiberg, your men's sit ski champion. Great race from Weiberg. After we saw some chaos at the beginning of the race, looks like he was able to keep it together and had a great race over his teammate and competitor Nealon, who should be coming to the range pretty soon. Wow, absolutely great race. I'm going to see if we can get one of those four racers to come down for a little interview, tell us about the tactics, see how it went. But and there's Van Ledger. Van Ledger, great race for him. Ledger is someone who is a first-year senior this year, unfortunately wasn't able to qualify for any competitions internationally. To be able to be this competitive against these senior guys is pretty good. Same with Thor Shepard here, junior athlete. He's going to be your junior champion. Didn't really see too much competition from other juniors, but there was that Tristan Thrasher fella who's coming across the line here. Again, 16-year-old racing the senior category. Teammates with Shepard. Great race for Team Altius here. Do this picture and this is the All right, as we take a look over to the start line now, just as soon as our men were crossing the finish line, the women are lining up. We have in lane one over there, bib 241, Joanne Reed, after a brief hiatus from Biathlon, makes her way back to the highest level and is immediately on the podium yesterday with a second place performance. In the middle lane there, bib 242, Chloe Levins. She was your champion yesterday with really good shooting, really good skiing. She took home the gold yesterday in the sprint race. Bib 243 from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. This is Grace Castonguay. Behind Grace Castonguay, we have Sarah Bullier from the Auburn Ski Club. In the middle lane, slot number 2, Kelsey Dickinson, Craftsbury Green Racing Project athlete. And bib 244, I don't know who did the seating for this event, but we have Quinn Lemkuhl, who is racing for the Tahoe XC, Tahoe Endurance. And she is doing her second biathlon race of her career. She is someone who has a little bit of exposure to biathlon with the Auburn Ski Club, but she decided she wants to give it a go. She wants to line up against these top athletes, and yesterday had some great skiing, but as you can imagine, being her second biathlon race of her career, or sorry, yesterday being her first, she had some trouble on the range. Now, I was watching Quinn during zero. Her range procedure looks great, but she's still learning how to hit the target. So, ladies, here we go, lining up. And they're off. There goes the women's race. It was pretty exciting yesterday with some fantastic shooting. All of our top 4 women shot clean in the prone. So it really came down to the skis and to the standing in the sprint yesterday.
Copy. Camera 7, stay with the group. Camera 2, we have you picture-in-picture with the finishers.
As the ladies are taking off up the Aspen climb, they're doing a very similar course to the men, but they're cutting out the highest climb at the top of the course. But all in all, the racing should be the same time. Yeah. I'll be back. No worries. Now, from this vantage point, it seems that the course is holding up actually pretty well. Still a little bit chilly here. Still have my jacket on, even though it's definitely over freezing. But looks like the course is able to hold up pretty well. Again, if we can get maybe some of our men who have crossed the finish line already to swing by the live timing, I'll definitely pull them in and force them to give you, the viewer, an update on how the course is. Some other ladies in this field, 247, that's Dani Arovich. She is a standing skier, IPC standing skier. She's had a lot of success on the IPC circuit, but Dani is also pretty highly involved in the para games when it comes to the summer games as well.
Camera 2, stay static on the finishers.
Pushing over this first crest here.
Okay, camera 7, if you could pick up to the leaders.
Big downhill. Again, we shouldn't see too much difference in the skis because they were all common wax, the same structure on every ski. The only difference you should see is, 1, maybe someone has a good ski with a good grind, and 2, the athlete has a really good strong push over the top of the hill.
Good shot, camera 2. Camera 8.
Looks like we have a breakout here of about 8 skiers. Pretty distinctive. You can see the green. Looks like Dickinson and Castonguay are taking the lead here for the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. In this chase group now. So trying to see who's in that front group. I see definitely the green of the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. Looks like we see Lemkuhl with her pink t-shirt. I'm sure Joanne Reed and Chloe Levins are also in that top group. Sarah Bollier, I'm sure, is also in that group as well. Oh, big snowplow here going into this turn. Looks like the athletes are coming in with some speed. You can see them fling their arms and their hands out to try to keep their balance. So my guess is it's probably a little icy around that turn as you go full speed into a big patch of dirt. So this is spring skiing out here in Bozeman. As you can see off the trail, we have plenty of snow. It's just a matter of the temperature and the sun being pretty pretty damning on this snow. The organizers are definitely concerned about the condition of the course, but I believe that we're going to be able to make it through with some good conditions through today, and then also tomorrow being the super sprint mass start. So if you think the biathlon mass start is fun, definitely check it out tomorrow, where we have the shorter course. It's going to be faster, 1 kilometer loop with fast shooting. It looks like Joanne's got some decent skis as she's moved up. Oh, and we have Amanda Kautzer there, the local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete. Oh, goodness. And then we have one of our male athletes trying to come to the finish, make his way through the through the finish here. Unless he's, hope he's not being chased by a competitor here, but I would say just let him go to the finish. As we're approaching the range, Amanda Kautzer on the left there, local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete. Sarah Bollier in the red, white, and blue. Quinn Lemkuhl in the pink. Chloe Levins in the blue. The two green in the front are Kelsey Dickinson and Grace Castonguay, and then Joanne Reed, looks like Joanne Reed is going to take the lead into the range.
Camera 7, I have you picture in picture. How many more men do we have?
As we come on to the shooting lane here, Joanne Reed in lane number 1, Castonguay lane number 2, Levins lane number 3, Dickinson lane number 4. Reed starts with a hit. Dickinson goes 2 for 2. And there we go. There, the shooting updates. Looks like we have clean shooting from Dickinson, clean shooting from Reed, clean shooting from lane number 3. And here we go, out of the penalty loop and out of the range. We have Dickinson in the lead ahead of Chloe Levins, and there goes Reed, who is going wide. So here are your leaders after shooting number 1, Dickinson, Levins, and Reed. All three of them shooting clean. Waiting on Grace Castonguay, Quinn Lemkuhl, Sarah Bollier. Castonguay now leaves the range. 5th place behind Danny Arovich, who was shooting down on the air rifles. Arovich is in there 22 seconds back with Castonguay at 25. Clean shooting for Kaisa Bosick, who moves into 8th place. So after shooting number 1, we have this lead group of Levins, Reed, and Dickinson. Then we have about 20 seconds to Arovich and Castonguay. So we're going to stick with this group here. We're going to take a look to see what their tactics are here. We've seen Joanne actually now skiing a different line than the other two girls. Reed opting to stay on the edge of the course, maybe where the snow is a little bit firmer. Dickinson opting to take the best line with Levins in the blue right behind her, probably just deciding to match the tempo and match the speed and catch the ride, so to speak, of Dickinson. So we'll see who chose the right skis on this first downhill here. There shouldn't be too much difference as they all have common wax. Pretty interesting strategy here by Joanne Reed, who's opting to take it wide around each turn. As a coach, I wouldn't recommend that, but she has competed at many world championships and Olympic events. So I'd be really curious to hear what she has to say about that after the race. I'd be really curious to hear her race strategy. Anyways, Dickinson and Levins in the lead here. We'll see if I can pull up some data for you here, and we can get an idea of what these who's got the best shooting percentages. Who should we expect to do well in the range? Of course, we don't have too much data on Reed, as she has not competed at an IBU event in the last few years. As we see, the two leaders are pulling away from Reed a little bit here. So this season on the IBU Biathlon World Cup and IBU Cup, Chloe Levin's hit rate total was 84.6%. So just about 85. That's where you want it if you're on the World Cup. But a really good prone shooting, about 90% prone shooting. But it's the standing that's really hurting her. 80%. That's really good shooting, but just a little bit below average. So again, Levin's is looking at about 85% shooting, where on the other hand, Dickinson, she is pretty consistently at 80 across the board. 80% standing shooting, 80% prone, averaging out at 80, obviously. So it's going to be interesting to see. Based on these numbers, it looks like that Levins is going to have the advantage on the range. And just from what I witnessed yesterday in this race, I think Levins also is going to have a little bit of an advantage on the skis as well. Absolutely great picture there from the drone. This is we're so lucky to have this viewing pleasure, honestly, for U.S. Biathlon National Championships. In the years past, we've had live streams, but definitely not as in depth as this. So if you've ever wondered what it's like to be racing with the top athletes at the U.S. National Championships, you're getting that experience right now as Reed has been able to close that gap. Take a look on the side of the trail. We're looking for corrections from our coaches. Looks like Lowell Bailey there giving a correction to Kelsey Dickinson. Joanne Reed receiving a correction from her coach. And Levins didn't look like she received a correction at all. So expect Reed and Dickinson to take some corrections as they come in. And here comes the sun. So this is what the organizers honestly were a little afraid of, is the sun. Because once that sun comes out and it starts beating down, it's going to be melting the snow. But from my perspective, watching the race on the sideline, I'm all about the sun. As we see Chloe Levins now coming in the blue, lane 1. Kelsey Dickinson, lane 2. And Joanne Reed, lane 3. All right, we have their shooting data up on screen now. Little bit of left to right wind. Dickinson is off with a hit, but now on lane 3, Joanne Reed goes clean. She puts the pressure on Levins and Dickinson, who both go out with one. So currently Joanne Reed is in the lead, and she's going to have approximately 30 seconds advantage. Grace Castonguay has done a great job to move her way back up into 4th place. Castonguay with a clean shooting here could move back into podium position with Amanda Kautzer right next to her. I'll give you the split as the chasers make their way out of the penalty loop here, as Joanne Reed is now all alone in 1st place. Castonguay with at least 2 penalty loops, looks like potentially 3, so she is not going to be able to make her way back up there. On lane 5, we have on lane 5, we have Amanda Kautzer, local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete. And she goes clean. So Kautzer has now re-entered the race here. She will probably be fighting for 3rd place, as Dickinson and Levins have left the penalty loop 25 seconds back. They are together, 25 seconds back. So if Kautzer is to re-enter the fight for the podium, she's going to have to start picking it up on the skis, as she leaves in 4th place, 57 seconds back. So there we have it. After shooting number 2, after the prone, your current leader is Joanne Reed. She has a basically 1 penalty loop lead on her IBU competitors here, Dickinson and Levins. And then we have Kautzer, who's another 25 seconds back from that chase group. Castonguay, 25 seconds back in 5th as well. So there is the fight for 4th place. I'm sorry, Kassengay has not gone through the checkpoint yet. So 4th place, again, Amanda Kautzer. Everyone else is currently either on the range or in the penalty loop chasing. Here we have a look at 2nd place. Dickinson electing to let Levens go up the hill first this time. Now let's see if these two can work together to bring Joanne Reed back into picture here, because we saw in the last lap, Reed was taking some interesting strategy and tactics as she was making her way around the course, opting to go wide around the turns. Looked like she was taking a different line up each hill. Maybe she has a strategy that she is sticking to that is obviously working at this point in 1st place, but we'll see if these two can pull away, or I'm sorry, we'll see if these two can reel her back in. As we see clean shooting from lane 14 there. One miss for Raylene Chu from the Auburn Ski Club in Tahoe, California. So here we go. Here's the leaderboard after shooting number 2. Joanne Reed, 25 seconds up on Dickinson and Levens. Kautzer, Arovich are fighting for that 4th and 5th spot. Kassengay, she must have had 2 misses as she is now down in 6th place, a minute 52 back. And with good shooting, Kaisa Bosick able to move her way up into 7th place, representing the Paul Smith College, the College of the Adirondacks in upstate New York. So there we are after shooting number 2. But everything is going to shake up now as we move into the standing.
Probably be able to pick up the leader coming back the other way.
This is a great shot here. We can really get a shot of the distance between Joanne Reed, who's making her way down the hill now back towards the range, and the 2 chasers who are just making their way up that little climb. Looks like, from my estimation, it's still about 25 seconds, so everyone is skiing approximately the same. So as we see Joanne Reed coming into the range here, I'm going to pull up some stats for you. Last time Joanne Reed raced on the World Cup or IBU Cup circuit was 2023. She was an 82% shooter back in that season. Most of that 82% was actually coming from her 91% shooting in the prone, which was absolutely stellar. It was the 73% shooting in the stand that really let her down. So at this moment, Joanne Reed does have the lead by about a penalty loop, but just based purely on statistics, when you're comparing her to her chasers, Levens and Dickinson, she has the disadvantage right now. She really needs to settle in, hit her targets if she's to maintain this lead and win the race.
Camera 7 is clear. You could post up by them coming out of the range and pick up the 3 skiers. That'd be great.
As we see Joanne Reed coming in for standing number 1. Wind is picking up, as you can see, with the wind flags blowing all over the place. That is not going to help her in her 73% shooting. Here come the chasers behind her.
Okay, camera, you have the whole screen. Camera 2, camera 8, you have the whole screen.
Joanne's taking shots. We can't see. She has a miss as she misses her second shot. Dickinson starts with 2. I think Joanne might be away with 3 penalty loops. That is going to be tough. Dickinson with 1 penalty loop. Can Chloe? Yes, Chloe Levens can hit the last. So I believe as we leave the penalty loop, we're going to have Dickinson and Levens are now going to be back in the lead. Just as I said, it was going to be Joanne Reed standing shooting. That was going to be the biggest challenge for her. And just like that, this is why we love biathlon. The standings have flipped. Joanne Reed had one penalty loop advantage over her competitors, Chloe Levins and Kelsey Dickinson. And when it is all said and done with these penalty loops, I believe Joanne Reed is going to be exactly one penalty loop behind. As we see Amanda Kautzer, if she can go clean here and get into the battle for the podiums, massive wind on the range does not help. As we see Dickinson and Levins pulling away, going back out on course now. And Kautzer already has at least one penalty loop, so she's not going to be able to match Joanne Reed. What an absolutely great race we have going on here. Just like the men's competition, we have the Craftsbury Green Racing Project versus the U.S. Biathlon race suit out on course. Grace Castonguay, can she make her way back into the fight for the top spots on lane 5? Looks like she has one miss, so she's probably going to go ahead of Kautzer, who had 2 penalty loops. But Joanne Firesteel Reed has finally left the penalty loop 43 seconds back. 43 seconds back. So that is not an insurmountable. That's not an insurmountable gap. But she's going to need some misses from her competitors at the front of the field here. Both of these women who are leading the race are great shooters. They are above average on the World Cup and IBU Cup. So she's going to, short of a miracle, she's going to need really the biathlon gods on her side if she's to get back in front of this race. But this is the great thing about biathlon. You can't control what everyone else is doing. You can't focus on what else is going on out there. You need to race your own race. And right now, that's what these two women at the front of the field are doing. So I just saw our men's podium just walked by the live stream booth, and unfortunately I tried to pull them in for an interview, but they are on their way out to do some doping control, apparently. Looks like USADA is here and have pulled them aside. So hopefully when they come back, we can get them in to get their reaction on what's going on in the women's race right now. But as we take a look back out on the course here, looks like these ladies are not going to be doing, no one's going to just go for it. They're just going to be playing cat and mouse. Again, here are the standings after shooting number 3. First and second separated by 3 seconds as we were watching them on course now. Joanne Reed about a penalty loop back. Dani Arovich is definitely in the fight here. We haven't seen too much of her as she's shooting the air rifles, and we don't have her shooting data in the graphic because it's not part of the target system, but we'll definitely try to keep an eye on Arovich as she is definitely in the fights for the top 3 right now. Kautzer having an absolutely great race here. She was not one that I expected to be in 5th, so hopefully she can keep it going and keep herself in the fight for the flowers, so to speak. And then Grace Castonguay, a minute 44 back with Kautzer. These two are going to be going head-to-head for the minor places. Yeah, it's good. What an absolutely great 2 biathlon races that we have had here today. Love seeing the head-to-head. Love seeing the showdown as we come into the final shooting stage. Biathlon, in my unbiased opinion, being the best sport in the world, and the mass start being the best event in biathlon, that just makes the biathlon mass start the greatest event in sports, in my opinion. And so far today, the biathlon mass start has not disappointed. Great men's race just prior to this women's race. As we're coming to the final shooting stage, we have Kelsey Dickinson and Chloe Levins. Both of them in the standing shooting are above average shooters, but Levens does have the advantage. 85% shooting for Levens in the blue, 80% shooting on the World Cup for Kelsey Dickinson. Now, both of these athletes did spend time on the IBU Cup this year. When you go down to their IBU Cup results, the stats actually flip. Dickinson, 85% shooter on the IBU Cup, Levens, 80%. So this is going to be anybody's ball game, so to speak.
Camera 7 right now. Standby camera 8. Camera 8.
Coming around the corner here, looks like Levens is going to allow Dickinson, who has led the entire lap, to take lane 1, the power lane, control the range. Both of these athletes they're so good at what they do. They're so good at shooting. They are so professional on the range. Dickinson opting to move a little bit closer to the firing line to get good, steady foundation. Looks like lane number 1 is a little wonky there. Levens starts it off quick with 2 hits. Dickinson matches. 3 for Levens, 3 for Dickinson, 4 for Levens. And Kelsey Dickinson goes clean. Levens misses number 4. Dickinson is going to pull away. Now here comes Joanne Reed fighting for second place. If she can go clean here, she's going to be able to catch up to Levens. Dickinson is going to take the lead out of shooting number 4. I believe Dickinson is going to be your winner. I don't think any of these chasers are going to be skiing that much faster than her that they're going to be able to overcome this gap. 2 for 2 for Joanne Reed. 3. 4. And 5, Joanne Reed goes clean. So now she's going to be in the fight for Levens. I'm going to pull up the live timing here. Dickinson has passed the checkpoint. There goes Levens, 22 seconds back. We're waiting for Joanne Reed. How far back from Levens is she going to be?
Camera 8, you're still alive. We got you on the main screen.
There goes Joanne Reed, 11 seconds back from Chloe Levens. So now it's going to be a ski race for 3rd and 2nd place. This is awesome. Can we get the drone?
Is that 2nd and 3rd right there in the
Yeah.
shot?
Yep. So we're gonna cut over to the drone shot to see what's going on out on course. We'll keep you updated on what's going on in the back of the pack for the 4, 5, and 6. I just saw Danny Arovich leaving the range as we see Grace Castingay, the lefty, coming into 4th place, and Amanda Kautzer behind her. This is 2nd place right here. Or I'm sorry, this is 3rd place right here. Joanne Firesteel Reed, she has 11 seconds to make up on Chloe Levens if she is to take the silver medal. Kelsey Dickinson is far and away ahead of Levens. There's Levens right here. So Reed has Levens in her sights. She's doing the same strategy that she did earlier in the race. So whatever course strategy she came up with before the race, she is sticking to it to a T. She's been the only athlete to take the right side of the trail while everyone else has been on the left and hugged that inside turn. Expect Reed to put in a big push right here. She needs to build speed over the top if she wants to stay in touch with Levens. Long downhill here. The only other climb that we have is after some rolling terrain in the middle of the course. This next trail that they're approaching is called the roller coaster course. Roller coaster has some ups and downs, nothing too steep, nothing too fast, so it's going to be nice and rolly for about the next kilometer, and then we're going to have the massive climb in the sun. Arovich does take 4th place out of the shooting range. Kautzer following her in 5th. Excuse me, Castingay following her in 5th. So you can see the top 5 people on this list here are the ones who have come through the checkpoint. Kautzer's in the penalty loop. Anna French is currently on the range. So there are your leaders. Dickinson in 1st, Levens in 2nd, 22 seconds, and then 11 seconds behind Levens is Joanne Reed.
Is this the leader that we're on right now?
No. I don't know who that is.
Camera said, when we get to this loop section, see if you can pick up the hold and see if you can pick up the leader by coming back towards you.
As we see Kelsey Dickinson coming back towards the range, there's Chloe Levins. Here's Kelsey Dickinson right here in the tuck coming back towards the range. She is your leader. She's going to be coming to the finish line pretty soon. It's going to be a tight battle, though, between Joanne Firesteel Reed and here is Kelsey Dickinson. She races for the Craftsbury Green Racing Project, but she has a house here in Bozeman, so we can consider her a local. But here comes Dickinson on her way around the finish, around the last turn towards the finish, and she's going to be your mass start champion at the 2025 U.S. Biathlon Senior Nationals presented by Toyota here at the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. And there is Kelsey Dickinson as she moves across the finish line in first place. Now it's going to be tight. Who is going to come in second? And it looks like Chloe Levins was able to hold off Joanne Reed. So there is your podium. It's going to be Dickinson, Levins, and then Reed. What an absolutely fantastic biathlon race by these women. Head-to-head battle all the way down to the line. And there's Joanne Reed. So great performance by these three women. Craftsbury Green Racing Project, and then Levins and Reed unaffiliated. All of them with World Cup and World Championship experience. Joanne Reed, even Olympic experience. What a great race there by these women. Two great races, both from the men and the women. So this is why we love biathlon. These women are now going through the after-action report of what they just experienced out there, talking about, oh, what'd you shoot on the last shooting? How did your skis feel? I thought you were going to catch me, stuff like that. It's so many emotions after the race once you cross the finish line. So many good emotions, so many bad emotions. But you know, your body is going through hell for these last 10 kilometers, these last 32 minutes of racing, and you can finally, you know, cross the finish line and have that sense of accomplishment, no matter how it went, whether it went good, went poorly. You can have that sense of accomplishment of completing the race and, you know, doing biathlon. And that's what, yes, we are here for the U.S. Biathlon National Championships, but it's the Spring Festival feeling of this event that we also want to highlight. It's the opportunity to get together and do this sport, this really crazy niche sport that we do together. As we have actually a VI skier crossing the finish line here. VI standing for visually impaired.
Yeah, go right there. Hold that camera too. Stay with this skier camera too. Okay.
And there's Danny Arovich, bib 247. She was able to stay in fourth place as she comes across the finish line here.
Yeah, take that finisher.
She's able to hold off Grace Castonguay. Amanda Kautzer coming across the line now from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. Really good race for her. There's Anna French crossing the finish line now. So we're going to keep watching these racers cross the finish line as we see Dulcie Tangway just get ahead of Emma Sturts, her current teammate, and Kaisa Bosick, her former classmate from Paul Smith's college. We're going to keep watching these racers come across the finish line, but stay right here because if you thought those two mass starts were exciting, we have more mass starts coming. In 10 minutes approximately, we're going to have the youth mass starts, men and women. They're going to be... You know those are going to be high-octane races, so stick right here as we watch the final racers come through the finish line for the senior women's, and then we're diving right into the youth mass starts. All right, welcome back here. Hopefully you never left, because we got 2 more mass start races going on. And even though we have 2 more waves, we have the men lined up here, and then the women will be 6 minutes after this. We actually have 4 races that will be going on at the same time. As you can see, looking at this start list, you might think some of these athletes forgot their rifle. In fact, they are U17s that are going to be mixed in with the youth athletes here. So anybody who has a rifle on their back is a youth athlete. Anybody who does not is a U17 athlete. Now, how does the U17 program work? As they're entering the range, they're going to pick up the rifle, put it on their back, go to the point and shoot, and then they're going to put their rifle on the rack as they're exiting before going into the penalty loop and then going back out on course. Even though they are U17 athletes, they are still shooting prone with a cuff and standing. So, and they're also skiing the same distance. So this will be a big head-to-head race with the younger athletes included. But there will technically be 2 events happening at the same time. And then we're going to have the same thing going for the women when they start in 6 minutes after this. And the youth and U17 race is off here at the 2025 U.S. Biathlon Senior Championships and Spring Festival at the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center in Bozeman, Montana. This event, of course, sponsored and presented by Toyota. So huge thank you to Toyota for helping Crosscut Mountain Sports Center put this amazing event on. This is what it's about. We just saw 2 absolutely incredible mass start races from the seniors, from both the men and the women. And here we go. We're moving right into our younger races. These are our future Olympians, our future world champions. This is the next generation of biathlon that we're going to be getting a glimpse of today. As we see a little accordion effect happening on this first climb. The youth and U17 men's race especially is always one of my favorite events. As you can imagine, there's a lot of adrenaline in this field right now, and everyone's super excited to get going pretty fast off the start. As we're following Ben Frederick from Soldier Hollow. Ben is an athlete that I've been actually getting to know this week. For some reason, he just keeps popping up around me, and I've been getting to know Ben. He's a former hockey player, switched to biathlon. Been doing biathlon for well under a year now. As we move up the order here, we're starting to see that trickle of athletes with the rifle and athletes without the rifle. As we head up and over the first hill. Again, just like the senior races, all these athletes they're going to have match skis, which means all their skis have the exact same wax on them, the exact same structure. The only difference you should see in the speed of the ski is maybe the grind. If one athlete potentially has a ski that's a little bit better suited for the condition, the grind will have a little bit better of an advantage. But really, the majority of the difference you're going to see on the downhills is actually coming from how well the athlete attacks the downhill. How well do they push over the top of the hill, tuck on the downhill? What line do they take, and are they able to draft the people in front of them? As we can see, the field is definitely spreading out here much more than it did the senior event, and this is, in my opinion, the evidence of the adrenaline that is coursing through the veins of these youth and U17 men. But as they come into the shooting range, we will get an idea of who is pushing the pace here, who is taking the lead, and we'll also see if that strategy ultimately ends up paying off for them when they first settle down to take their first shots. Again, the shooting range, prone, prone, standing, standing, prone with a cuff, shooting on the small targets, and then they're going to transition to the larger targets with the standing. Pretty fast-paced to start this one, hoping they have enough endurance and energy to maintain this throughout the entire race. We'll see if their last lap pace is as fast as this one here.
them as much as you can at the range with camera.
Coming around the far turn, they're hooking back towards the range. You can clearly see how strung out this mass start is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go move now.
Move now.
Yeah. This is much further.
It looks to me that the leader of this men's U17 field is going to be a youth athlete. We have 3 youth athletes in the front here, rifles on their back. Number 4 there, just moving to the right, is the local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center's Willett Ritchie, who is our top U17 athlete, followed closely by 272 there. As we're entering the first shooting stage here, you see Willett pull over to pick up his rifle. The other youths who have the rifle on their back are going to be moving into the range. Number 261, that's Selim Bain, who is moving into lane number 1. 262, Benjamin Jones. 263, Gray Melichek. So we have these athletes are in the lead after the first bout of skiing. They were pushing the pace a little bit, I would say, as they've really strung the group out here. Hopefully in a minute here, the shooting data will update as 262, Ben Jones and Bain are out, followed closely by Melichek. I'll keep you updated with all the splits as they come past the penalty loop, and hopefully not in the penalty loop. These guys are all better shooters than people who miss. But there goes Jones onto lap 2, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that Jones was clean as he takes the lead after shooting number 1. If you're looking for live timing, you can head over to muddydogsports.com and keep track on what's going on out there. As we also see the women, the U17 and youth women are out on course, led there by Tilly Lang and Brenna Barton. So we're going to have a big mix-up going into this lap here. We're going to have youth and U17 men. Oh, looks like the youth women are doing a different course. So hopefully that one athlete there, looks like Melichek, didn't get too caught up in the women's mass start there. Maybe we'll try to find Melichek after the race and ask him how that little transition there was, as Melichek does leave in second place, 27 seconds back of Benjamin Jones. Jones, a Canadian. Melichek from Alaska, which is basically Canada. No, I'm just joking. Don't tell anyone from Alaska I said that. As we're now following the women's mass start here, they go up behind the range. If you're watching from the range, if you're watching the live stream from the range, you can look up past lane 30 and just catch a small glimpse of the athletes as they ski past this trail and around the corner here. There's Adelaide Belke from Bluff Country Biathlon, Minnesota athlete. Talking to Adelaide's mom last night, it sounds like Adelaide's going to be going to the University of Vermont next year. So we wish Adelaide the best of luck as she enters college, becomes a college freshman next fall. As we're continuing to see Adelaide make her way around the race. We got someone shooting on lane 1. I don't believe that person is in the lead, though. I'll double check the live standings. 262 is who we're following. That's Ben Jones. He's in first place. As we see the leading women coming around the big turn. Great work by the drone to jump right in the mix here. There goes Brenna Barton with the red hat. She's a local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete, competed at the Junior Cup and Junior World Championships this year in the youth category. And Tilly Lang from the Craftsbury, not Green Racing Project, a little bit too young for the GRP, but representing the Craftsbury Outdoor Center. Tilly Lang taking the lead, followed closely there by, I believe that is Trillian Klinkhammer. She was our U17 champion from yesterday, currently in second place. Barton in third.
I still got Eli though.
Not sure who this is with the Fishers in fourth place, but that is definitely Haley Finch from Anchorage, Alaska in fifth. As we see the women now coming in for their first shooting.
Switching camera.
Tilly Lang coming in to shooting prone. She's got the matching green rifle stock to match her race suit. Tilly wearing her patented backwards hat during the race. Doesn't matter the temperature. Tilly's got her backwards hat on. For some reason, we're not getting the data from the target boxes, so I will keep you updated on how the athletes are doing as they come through the penalty loop. But maybe we can get some reaction, some emotion out of the faces that will give us an idea of how they're shooting. Haley Finch, Brenna Barton, two of our Junior World Championship participants take off. So that right there is the prime example, the prime difference between those who only race domestically and those who race internationally. Barton and Finch, they have to shoot fast in order to compete with their Junior World rivals. So that right there was a great example of how they just have had to elevate their game for the competition that they face. Now we're going to check in on the splits here. Hopefully some athletes have gone clean. Brenna Barton and Haley Finch do leave the range together first place, so they both go zero. Finch and Barton separated by 1 second, waiting on Tilly Lang to see if she's going to come through and stay in the hunt for the medals. Obviously, Tilly Lang skiing extremely fast as she had a really strong first lap. Ava Hiai from Canada she was another one who was at the top or near the front of the podium, front of the field yesterday. Abigail Van Dorn with the podium yesterday. All these athletes, we were waiting for them to come through. There goes Ava into third place, 35 seconds back. And then Rowan Tangway out of the Fort Kent Outdoor Center. Awesome to see Fort Kent have some representation out here, always a staple of the biathlon community. Rowan Tangway moves into fourth, 50 seconds back. And then there goes Trillian Klinkhammer, our top U17 girl, matched with Tangway. Tilly Lang finally coming out 57 seconds back. So after the first shooting for the youth women, we have a pretty tight pack here. First and second place of Finch and Barton. As we look down the range, looks like we're actually also getting a lot of our men to come through. Sorry, we're not following both races at the same time. I'll keep you updated. Benjamin Jones does come through first place ahead of his teammate Cillian Bain. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that name, but the two Canadians are leading the youth men's competition after two shootings. 13 seconds separate Bain and Jones. As we see Finn McCleary, fifth place in the youth men's category at the moment. Levi Watson from Anchorage, Alaska. He and his brother, Elias Watson, strong athletes coming out of the Anchorage Biathlon Club. Grace Melichek moves into third, 34 seconds back. So we have, again, two very tight mass start biathlon races developing here, just like the senior races this morning. The women, after the first shooting stage, we have two clear favorites who are pulling away. Third place, very closely behind, 35 seconds. That's one penalty loop back. And then on the men's side, after 2 shootings, Benjamin Jones, Cillian Bay, and Gray Melichek are only separated by, again, 1 penalty loop. So the top 3 on both fields are separated by 1 penalty loop. We're going to try to keep you updated on what's going on out on course. But we're probably going to have to stay pretty close to the range as we have these 2 events happening at the same time. So we'll try to give you all the data that we are receiving. So in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the two times for the 2 events going on. The men are just over 14 minutes and 40 seconds of racing. The women are at 8:40. As we look out on course here, following some of our chasing athletes, there goes Tilly Lang with her backwards cap. Tilly again in 4th or 5th place after shooting 1. So as we look back to the range, we can see our leaders, Brenna Barton and Haley Finch, coming in. We'll get that shot for you in just a moment.
Just go solid on it.
Go to range.
Good skiing there by Tilly Lang.
Okay. Switching to camera 8.
And here we are at the range. You can see the red cap of Brenna Barton, and just behind her, the blonde braids of Haley Finch. They are just ahead of Ava Hai from Canada. Barton is up and gone. Yeah. Followed closely by Finch. The aggressiveness for which Finch was jumping off the mat leads me to believe that she shot pretty well compared to Barton. So we're going to take a look. Again, I'll keep you updated on the penalty loop. There goes Barton into the penalty loop, followed closely by Finch. So the door is going to be open for Hay. Ava off the lap now, or off the mat now. Barton going around for another penalty loop. Is Finch going to take the lead? No, it's Hay who takes the lead. Ava Hay takes the lead by shooting clean, goes right past the penalty loop, and now she is our first place after the youth women have shot prone twice now. There goes Hay, taking her way out of the range. Back out onto course.
We should go to the other ones. Go left. There you go.
So, Ava Hai, and I really apologize if I'm pronouncing that name wrong. It's Heie from Canada. She is in first place for the youth women, and Brenna Barton moves into second place, only 22 seconds back. And look who is in third now, Rowan Tangway. That had to have been 2 clean shootings for Tangway for her to move up and catch Barton, who was clean after the first prone for sure. So, there we go. Tangway and Barton are second and third.
Chaos in the center section.
Yeah, red. As we see the leaders for the men in the range now coming into their first standing stage. Looks like that was Benjamin Jones who just popped off the mat there, taking a quick look back. Cillian Bain right with him. We're waiting on Gray Melichek. Here he comes in the red as we look down towards the penalty loop. Looks like both of our men went into the penalty loop, so it's going to be whoever comes out first.
How many laps for
They might be coming to the finish near the same time. As we're following the leaders out of the penalty loop here, looks like we have some youth men leaving the penalty loop.
Say one more time in the range. And then
Again, Muddy Dog Sports, you can follow along at home. It's Cillian Bain who takes the lead after shooting number 3 for the youth men. Where's Benjamin Jones? They're on lap 4 now.
I'm thinking doing like coaching. I don't know. Is there?
So again, as we're watching the youth men and women's competition, we also have the U17 competition going on at the same time. So anyone who's not skiing with a rifle, that is a U17. That means they're 15 or 16 years old. They don't ski with the rifle, and the reason for this is we want to promote good technique, fast skiing, and also at that young age, sometimes the rifle can be pretty heavy for that young athlete who's not fully physically developed. As they move up into the youth category, then we add the rifle, and it becomes much more of what you see on the World Cup. So again, for the men, Cillian Bain has the lead, but he only has a 17-second lead over his friend and teammate Benjamin Jones. Gray Melichek is still in the hunt, only 34 seconds back for Grayson Melichek. So he is there in case the leaders have mistakes. Going down to the women's field now, Ava Hay was in the lead. We should probably see her coming into shooting standing. Yes, there she is, the white rifle with the shorts on. There's our youth women's leader. Shout out to Craftsberry Dad, who's very much involved or in tune with what's going on here. Definitely knows what's going on. I want to believe he's supporting Tilly Lang, who is in the hunt for a medal here for the youth women. As we see Brenna Barton, there's second place for the youth women. Ava takes a look back after shooting. We're going to look down now to the penalty loop to see, does Ava go into the penalty loop and leave the door open for Barton in the red cap? Yes, she does. Rowan Tangway from Fort Kent also moves onto the range. So we are currently looking at our second and third place racers for the youth women. Barton, a strong shooter, knocking down those targets with confidence. We're going to know how she shoots in just a moment. Is Barton going to take the lead? Here comes Ava. Back into the penalty loop for another one. Barton into the penalty loop as well. Tangway finishing up her shooting, and don't look now, but the fourth place for the youth women is Abby Van Dorn from the NICEF program in Lake Placid, New York. So we have some Easterners who are going to be fighting against these West Coast athletes. Tangway into the penalty loop. There goes Ava out on course again, and it looks like Barton is going around the penalty loop again. So Ava Hay is going to stay in first place after shooting number 3. Ava Hay stays in first after shooting number 3. We see Van Dorn into the penalty loop, and Barton now back out on course. Unfortunately for Barton, it looks like she had more misses than Hay, so the chase is actually, the gap is growing for Brenna Barton. She's now 29 seconds back. We're looking for our youth men leaders. We have 3 within 2 minutes of each other. But a really big fight at the front of the field between Benjamin Jones and Cillian Bain. As we see Tilly Lang and Haley Finch, some chasers in the youth women's category. And just like that, Rowan Tangway and Abby Van Dorn, they are 3rd and 4th for youth women. They are 50 seconds and 52 seconds back, respectively, but only 20 seconds back of Brenna Barton, who's in 2nd place. So right now, Barton, who's chasing the lead, she has some competition coming up behind her, so she cannot let up too much, as she has Van Dorn and Tangway, the 2 Eastern girls, chasing her down. So if either Ava Hay, who's in 1st for youth women, or Brenna Barton have some mistakes on the last shooting, and Van Dorn or Tangway can go clean, they are still in it for the win.
Camera 8, your main. Camera 7, your picture-in-picture.
As we see bib number 261, that's our current youth men's leader. Blue rifle, tall young man. Cillian Bain is in 1st on lane 1. It looks like he's opened the gap to his teammate Benjamin Jones. They left the range 17 seconds apart, and we should see Jones coming into the point right now if he's to maintain contact with the lead. Very disappointed look there by Bain. I wonder if he just had some trouble on the range. Here's Jones. Is the door open for him? We're going to see the penalty loop here in just a moment. Oh, no. Oh, we lost the penalty loop, but we have the shooting scores back. 2 penalty loops for Cillian Bain. We're waiting on Jones there. Lane number 5. 1 hit. Misses the 2nd shot. He needs the last one, and Jones does do the job. So they are probably going to leave the penalty loop together, as they were only separated by about 17 seconds. This is the 3rd mass start in a row today that we're going to have a battle on the last lap. Waiting for these guys to leave the penalty loop. I'll give you the updated split, but you can follow along at home at muddydogsports.com. There goes Cillian Bain, still in 1st place, leading the penalty loop. Benjamin Jones is right there, 10 seconds back. Can Benjamin Jones close that gap?
I got you.
As we're back on range, looks like 4 out of 5 shooting on lane 8 there for bib number 270. That was Gavin Burke. As we see Ava Hay come in for the last shooting. You can't see her behind these strapping young men, but Ava Hay with the shorts in the background there. She is our youth women's leader. She's going to be on lane 11. If she can go clean here, that is going to give her probably the win, as we don't see Barton or any of the chasers. Hay is 3 for 3. Uh-oh, I think we might have a crossfire situation here. Uh-oh, we have a crossfire situation. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who was shooting on whose target. This could definitely mess with the lead, as Brenna Barton has moved into the range here. Barton starts it off with a hit. Three for Barton, as the chasers of Van Dorn and Tangway are on the range as well. And Barton goes clean. Barton goes clean, so she could take the lead here from Ava Hay. It's going to depend on what the solution is with the crossfire situation. Hay has not come through the checkpoint yet.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, they're coming to the finish line.
I would say go to the finish. We'll find them towards the finish.
Brenna Barton does go through the checkpoint in first place, so Hay is probably on the penalty loop. Maybe she was the one who was crossfiring and she just decided to take her 5 penalties, but Barton is in first place. We did not see, or at least I did not see, how the chasers of Tangway and Van Dorn shot.
So, yeah, maybe those guys kind of go check out. Yeah, those two guys right there. We're still trying
Yeah.
to find them. But
No worries.
at the very least, we'll have the finish line with that. If we can see them coming down that.
Still waiting on the second and third and fourth place women to come through the checkpoint for the youth women, as we're looking for Bain and Jones out on course. Again, only separated by 10 seconds. I think we might have them here. No, I don't think so. They're two big, tall guys. Yeah, they're skiing.
Maybe kind of
Maybe hang around that area.
hang around this area. So.
Looking back at the live timing on Underdog Sports, Rowan Tangway does come out in second place. 1:04 back for the youth women.
Is this guy?
Nope, blue suit.
We're looking for a blue suit.
And there goes Abigail Van Dorn, 1:28 back. So she has 24 seconds to make up on Rowan Tangway for the silver medal. Looks like, yep, that's him.
Let's follow this guy. Oh, yeah.
Looks like, so the top 3 for the youth women is going to be Brenna Barton, and then we have a minute gap until Rowan Tangway, and then another 24 seconds to Van Dorn, and then Hay finally comes out of the penalty loop, 1:42 back, only 20 seconds back of Van Dorn for third, so it's going to come down to a ski race, that's for sure. I'm really wondering what was going on there on the range. My guess is Hay actually crossfired onto Richie. You could see Richie was fighting for the lead for the U17 men. As we rejoin the men's race here, this is bib 162. Benjamin Jones, he was in second place, leaving the penalty loop, and if we cut to the finish line here, we do have our winner coming around for the youth men. This is going to be Cillian Bain. He was able to hold off Benjamin Jones. What a great race for the youth men. Great shooting and great skiing for these youngsters. There is Cillian Bain. He's your youth men's champion for the youth men's category at this U.S. Biathlon Senior National Championships and Spring Festival presented by Toyota. Here comes Benjamin Jones now down the finishing stretch. Looks like Bain just had a little bit more in his legs on the last lap, and he was able to hold off his teammate and competitor. But Cillian Bain and Benjamin Jones out of the Foothills Nordic Ski Club, which I believe is in the Calgary area of Alberta, Canada, going 1 and 2 here as we see our third finisher coming down the line. It's actually our first finisher for the youth women. Local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center, Brenna Barton takes the win after some chaos on the range in the last standing shooting for the youth women. We'll definitely put an asterisk next to that. We'll see what the jury ends up deciding on that shooting situation going on with Ava Hay. But Brenna Barton definitely happy to be the first one crossing the finish line first.
Crossfire Dad said, of course I'm supporting Tilly. It's my daughter's classmate and teammate. And no one rocks a hat like Tilly.
No one, yeah. Just reading the chat here, you're right. No one rocks a hat like Tilly. She's definitely got that patented backwards hat going. As we see third place here now, looks like another Foothills Nordic athlete coming through the finish line. Foothills Nordic with the clean sweep of the youth men. He was able, that was, let me just pull up the name here real quick. That was Gavin Burke, who was just able to edge out edge out Gray Melichik as Melichik collapses there. They're both gassed. But that is Foothills Nordic clean sweep of the youth men's competition. We're still waiting for second and third in the youth women, and here she is. This is Rowan Tangway. Rowan Tangway is able to hold off Abigail Van Dorn. These two East Coast women out here, their friends, their competitors, they were able to work together to move their way up the pack. Maybe got a little bit of luck on the range. Not sure what happened, but they move into second and third. So Rowan Tangway from Fort Kent, Abigail Van Dorn into second and third for the youth women's category. What a great race. And here comes, I believe, to be our U17 men's champion. That's going to be Kellen Groth from the Bluff Country Biathlon in Minnesota. There goes Ava Hay across the line, and then some more of our U17s, some Crosscut Mountain Sports Center friends and teammates battling it all the way to the line. That was Soren Huseby and Willett Ritchie going to the line and fighting all the way to the camera there as we see another Crosscut athlete. Look at the carnage at the finish line here. We have altitude, we have sun, we have hot weather, and these athletes, speaking from personal experience, there's no better feeling than laying in the snow, the cold snow after a hot day of racing, as we see Soren Huseby here showing us the proper technique of recuperating after a tough race. Wow, 4 great races in a row. 4 great races in a row. So again, to recap all the excitement, head on over to muddydogsports.com and you can get the full live results. And as we watch more racers come across the line here, I actually have a special guest, today's MassStar champion, Bjorn Westervelt. Bjorn, tell me about the race today. What was going on out there?
Hi, Brian. It's a pleasure to be here. It was a real fun race. Paul and Jake and I were out that first lap leading the pack. Everyone's skiing together. It was a real fun day out in the snow. There's a lot more icy conditions than yesterday, which made for some fast skiing. But all in all, it was just a fun time on the range.
Now, you were our FISU MassStart champion in Lake Placid last year. You obviously kind of like these head-to-head, competitions. How confident were you coming into that last shooting stage with Paul Schomer, who's probably one of our better shooters in U.S. Biathlon?
I knew what had to happen, and it was just, at that point, it was just executing each shot one at a time. And was able to successfully clean that last stage and get out there with enough to hold off Paul in that last loop.
Now, you were telling me a couple days ago that you had some stock malfunctions lately. You had to use your spare stock this weekend. Did that throw you off at all, or obviously it seemed to work?
It really forced me to focus on the fundamentals of shooting and bringing it back to the basics in order to execute with a stock that didn't fit quite as well as the one I was used to. But all in all, shooting's the same fundamentals.
Yeah. Awesome, Bjorn. Thanks for the time, and I appreciate you coming over just to say hi.
Thanks, Brian.
So again, that was Bjorn Westervelt. That was our MassStart champion from the senior men's competition. Still keeping an eye out for Kelsey Dickinson, who I believe also had to go with USADA, so hopefully she will be back soon. But as we see people still recovering at the finish line here, this is a great shot of the finish line and just the excitement that's going on in the stadium right now. Maybe we can get some of these youth athletes, the next generation of biathletes, to come down and tell us about how their race went. So as we take a look at the carnage in the finish corral, hopefully the Diggins Collapse Index Instagram page is watching and critiquing. But we have athletes that come from all over the country, all over the world even. We have a couple athletes from Norway and an athlete from Thailand representing here today. But at the altitude here, this is tough for some athletes. Those coming from Anchorage at sea level, those coming from the Midwest, Minnesota, Wisconsin, even the East Coasters. This is different kind of racing for them. This is a tough course, tough conditions, and then you put the altitude on top. This is tough racing out here, and so that's what this whole spring festival idea is about with these races. It's not just about the championships. It's not just about the race. It's the excitement of being out here and doing this incredibly unique sport, and the opportunity to celebrate the accomplishment of racing and getting across the finish line, hitting your targets with your not only your teammates and your coaches, but your friends and your competitors. Many of these athletes, this is the last weekend of racing. We still, believe it or not, there is one more weekend of racing for some of these athletes. The Leotopen Biathlon Festival, where there's a crew of, I believe, about 20 athletes at the U17 and youth age groups heading over to represent the USA at the Leotopen Biathlon Festival in Leotopen, Norway. This event is so big in Norway. They actually have 2 penalty loops. They have even number penalty loop and odd number penalty loop. And when you're racing out there, you have to remember your bib number if you need to go into the penalty loop, so you go into the correct one. So the U.S. has brought a contingent of about 20 athletes the last few years. And again, this is for U17 and youth athletes that want to go over and get the experience of racing in Europe, being away from their family, their parents, and just being with a team on a different continent. They can get that experience at this young age and hopefully build off that and grow for the future. So we're just waiting for a few more athletes who are out on course for this youth men and youth women's competition. And then once they come through, we're going to go right to the awards for all the IBU categories. That means senior men and women, junior men and women, and then these youth men and women, and the U17s who also just competed. But stick around because we also have more biathlon racing happening this afternoon with our Masters competition. That is surely going to be a impressive battle. Biathlon is a lifelong sport. You know, it's not just for the kids. It's not just for our Olympic heroes. Biathlon's a lifelong sport, and we see that every day in the Masters competition. Using it as an opportunity to stay fit, as an opportunity to set goals with biathlon and with training and staying healthy. And so we'll see that competition later this afternoon. But stick around as we follow some of our last racers to the finish line, and then we'll bring you the awards from our morning competition as soon as the results are final. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the live stream of the 2025 U.S. Biathlon Senior Championships and Spring Festival, supported by Toyota. We're coming to you live from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center in Bozeman, Montana. It's beautifully sunny outside with a little bit of wind, so that should create a little chaos on the range, but these Masters athletes that are lined up here for this Masters B competition, they're pros. A lot of them have been doing this for a long time, so we'll see how they fare with this wind. But it's sunny out there, and sunny means it's probably going to be a little slow and sloppy out on course. So look for some tough racing out there. Look for some tough athletes, not only fighting the conditions, but also fighting the altitude here at the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center, as we're off with the Masters B category. We'll follow these athletes around the course. We have our U15 competition starting up pretty soon, just about 5 minutes after the start here. So we're gonna not only see some of our more experienced athletes out on course, but we're also going to see the next generation of biathletes out on course in about 5 minutes. So it's going to be a really cool dichotomy of participants out on course as we follow the athletes around the loop here, going up the 1.5K, the climb behind the range. Beautiful view of the Bridger Mountains back there. Bridger Ski Resort. And like I said, an absolutely beautiful day out here. I guess it's got to be a little over 50 degrees, a little bit of wind, so make sure you have your sunblock on if you're out there in the coach's box. So it's really awesome that the Masters, biathlon is a sport for life, and it's awesome that the Masters are able to compete here at this championship event. They have their own Masters U.S. Nationals in Brillion, Wisconsin. Shout out to the fine folks at the Aaron's Nordic Center in Brillion who have hosted the Masters U.S. Championships back, probably late January, early February. A lot of these athletes who are competing here today also competed at that event. But I think the spirit of the Masters category is biathlon is a sport for life. And a lot of these athletes, they're not racing for the Olympic team or for, world championship medals. They're out here because they have personal goals. Some of them, this is just motivation for them to stay active and to stay healthy. The other ones are out here as a source of personal triumph, trying to shoot better next race, trying to ski a little bit faster, matching up with their competitors of equal age and experience. So it's really cool to see such a big Masters community out here racing at these senior national championships here in Bozeman. The Masters obviously have been a huge support to the local clubs as well. A lot of these Masters are highly involved in their local clubs back at home. They support the younger athletes who are trying to make a name for themselves in this pretty competitive scene that U.S. Biathlon has growing in the last couple of years, and they're there to help their local kids achieve and realize their dream is in biathlon. So that's super exciting. As we're watching some of our Masters leaders heading out here. Yeah, a lot of these Masters are so supportive, hosting clinics for people who want to try biathlon. They're the ones who are getting up early and setting up the range before hosting races, and so it's so cool to see them out here. Now looking at the trail as we see the U15s line up, I actually have a special guest real quick. We have our senior women's mass start champion, Kelsey Dickinson, joining me real quick. How was your race today, Kelsey?
Hey Brian, race was great. Yeah, it was really good conditions, nice, a lot faster than yesterday, and it was fun to have a head-to-head race against the other women domestically here.
That's awesome. What now, it was pretty tight competition there between you and Chloe and Joanne. It looked like you guys were all going back and forth all race. What was the feeling like out there being in the middle of that competition?
It's always really fun to do head-to-head. I think we don't often get these opportunities in the U.S. to have to be at the front of a race, shooting for the win. Having those pressure situations. So, my race plan was to just hang with whoever was in the lead and be really strategic and tactical and let my shooting kind of speak for itself, which paid off.
Which it definitely did.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll let you go because I know you probably want to go get changed and get some food. So thanks for stopping by. But good luck tomorrow. Are you looking forward to the super sprint?
Of course, I love the super sprint. I'm so sad that it has been taken away as an IBU race because it's one of my favorite. Oh, and they're off. All right.
There go our U15. So Kelsey, thanks for stopping by and good luck tomorrow. As we see our U15 athletes taking off, both the men and the women are going to be out on course here. All right, you want me now on handhold around the range? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Looks like these U15s are going to be doing a very similar loop to the Masters. As we have some of our Masters coming into shooting for the first bout. I'm sure eventually we're going to get some intermingling between our youngsters and our more experienced athletes. But until that point, we're going to try to follow the race as close as we can. If you are watching along at home, watching your youngster or your master racing at the moment, you can go to muddydogsports.com, and there you will find all the live timing, all the splits. You can see who's on course and where they are. As we see in the lower right here, we do have the Masters in the range. We got a good view of the targets as whoever's on lane 1 is going 2 for 2. Missing hits the third shot now. Hits number 4, and they're going to go for number 5. It looks like they missed the last shot, and I believe that was Jean Delanier. He had a really good first lap there to come into the shooting range, and he's going to take off with 1 penalty. Honestly, that's going to be pretty good. I told you when they first started, just because they're a little bit more experienced than the other, does not mean that they're not good at biathlon, does not mean they don't know how to hit the target. We're going to see some good shooting out here from people who have some of these athletes probably been doing biathlon for quite a while. As you see bib 312, that's Stephen Moses, taking off there after he shot 1 penalty. Great start for Moses there. Followed closely by Thomas Griffith. So Masters athletes are well underway. I'll give you the live splits as they come through the checkpoint. As you can see, also some of our female Master A women out there. In lane 4, that's 314. That's going to be Rayanne O'Donnell. Looks like she's a lefty shooter. But all the same basics apply. On lane 4 there, it looks like O'Donnell's going to have 4 penalty loops. So she leaves the door open for her female competitors. But that's okay. There's plenty of racing left to go. She's got 3 more shooting bouts, so she can get it back and get that shooting percentage up in the next ones. Maybe she just needs a correction. As you can see the wind flags there, it looks like it's a little breezy. It was quite windy a minute ago. And so we're in the time of day where the wind is up, it's down, and the athletes really need to be on their toes, so to speak. They need to be thinking out there. They can't just get in position and go through the motions. They got to look at the wind. They have to make the sight corrections and make the adjustments if they need to. As we see our top U15 competitor about half a K from the range, so we'll see him coming in pretty soon. But with the wind going back and forth, you can't just let it fly out there, because You know, the wind is strong enough to move these bullets, and you're going to have to make corrections for the wind. Probably, yeah. As we see bib number 317 here, that's Peter Donahoe. He's having some issues with his rifle here. Looks like a little bit of maintenance. I'm sure in a moment we might see a range official come potentially help him. Looks like he's just trying to tie down a strap or something and maybe make it a little more comfortable for himself as he's out there skiing with the rifle on his back.
Hold that shot for 13, camera 2, so we can get the targets.
As we see our first U15 athlete coming in, picking up the rifle. Now here is a question that's often asked. Why don't the younger athletes carry the rifle? Well, first, you got to think about it. The rifle weighs 8 to 9 pounds, and that's a big proportion of these young athletes' body weight. So the proportion of rifle to racer can be overwhelming for some, but also at that young age, we really want to promote good ski speed. As we see our first U17, looks like they actually are going to go into lane 15 there. That is bib 231 from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. Grayson Rotbauer, followed closely by 234, Allie McDonald. So we've got two leaders in the U15 category pulling away. But yeah, at those younger ages, we really want to promote good ski speed, promote good ski technique, and that can be easier done without the rifle on your back. Also safer. Some of them are still newer to skiing, and they don't feel as comfortable going down some of these technical turns with the rifle on their back. So it's just a way for the athletes to participate fully and, you know, develop for what's appropriate for their age group. Oh, yeah.
Hold that up. I can't make it, but you might be able to.
Looks like Allie McDonald. Allie McDonald has 3 misses, and Rotbauer has 4. So they're going to definitely leave the door open for their competitors here. I don't see anyone. Obviously, the whole pack is coming in together. I don't see anyone behind them shooting particularly well at the moment. But I'm sure someone like on lane 20, we have Emery Scranton, Emery Balden from Crosscut Mountain Sports Center has 3 hits. And she is out with 2 misses, so that's going to help her move up, considering the competitors in front of her had a few more penalties than she did. I'll give you some split times after shooting number 1. For the Master Men B group, John Delanier is in first. He has a 41-second lead over Stephen Moses, and third place is Thomas Griffin. And then for the women, Raylene O'Donnell is the only woman to come through the penalty loop checkpoint at this point. And it's going to be a moment until we see the rest, as lane 24 goes 4 for 5. Good shooting for them. And also on lane 1, good shooting. So again, muddydogsports.com. You can go on and follow the race along live. There's probably a little bit of a delay between Muddy Dog's timing and our feed here, so just forewarn if you're concerned about spoilers. Very good demonstration of safety here by these youngsters. Everyone is doing a very good job of handling the rifle safely and correctly. These are real firearms, 22 caliber rifles, just with a highly customized stock that is customized to each individual athlete and their particular body type. So it doesn't matter if you have weirdly long arms or long legs or a long neck. You can customize these stocks to be perfectly fit for you. The base action and barrel on each rifle is pretty much the same. It's on-shoots, Fortner style. You can see right here on lane 7 this local athlete skiing with a BSF race suit is demonstrating the Fortner action. It's a straight pull bolt, so you go right back and forward. But all these athletes are demonstrating great rifle competency. Very safe and hopefully very accurate, as we see a lot of white popping up on our shooting graphic, which is great to see, especially with the wind as blustery as it is. As we see our master men come in for shooting number 2 here. That's Jean. Jean has a pretty commanding lead of 41 seconds out the range, but we saw on his first lap on the course that he was skiing exceptionally well, so my guess is he's even pulling away even further. Looks like he's got 2 hits out of 3 shots so far, and he hits his 3rd shot. So there's 2 more penalty loops as we see his closest competitor coming into the range. That's Stephen Moses. If you're a Masters competitor or you have a child who's really into cross-country skiing and wants to get into biathlon, I encourage you to go check out usbiathlon.org and find a local club. All our clubs are listed there with contact people for each club. So if you want to get involved, whether it's from the Masters scene, you think this is really cool, you want to give it a shot, or your kid wants to get into it, go check out the Club Finder. We have clubs all over the country, northeast, from the far corners of Maine in the county up in Maine, all the way out to Anchorage, Fairbanks, even a club on Kenai Peninsula, and everything in between. So after the first shooting, we'll take a quick look at our U15 men's standings. In first place, we do have Grayson Rotbauer. And he is 11 seconds up on our Norwegian competitor, Frikk Sekse from Norway. Has a 11-second lead over him. And Owen Hemming, I believe, is 3rd place for the men, 54 seconds back. On the women's side for the U15, Allie McDonald is in first with a pretty slight lead over Evelyn Scranton of 13 seconds, who is just ahead of Emery Balden, who's 21 seconds back, just about 8 seconds back of her teammate Scranton. So we have a decent race developing here, a tight race in the U15 category. Of course, we had fantastic racing this morning in our senior category and our junior category as well. Senior men and women's mass starts. I don't want to give any spoilers. I'd encourage you to go back and watch, but both races came down to the final shooting, and then in the youth categories as well, both races, men and women, came down to the final shooting stage between more than 2 athletes. We'll just put it that way. As we see range officials now starting to move the prone and standing marker, we're going to start seeing some of our athletes coming in to shoot standing soon, and that's going to be really two athletes that are coming in for standing. All the U categories will have to do 1 more prone before they switch to the standing category.
Not right now because it's empty, but you can see a lot of people.
316. There's Thomas Dolan, currently in 4th place for the Masters men, the Masters B category. Hits his middle target. So that was a good demonstration of what happens if you accidentally lose a round while you're shooting. You have to take 5 shots while you're shooting a shooting bout, and that's a safety thing. If you don't take all 5 shots, it's assumed that you have a loaded rifle out on course, which is obviously unsafe. So if you accidentally eject a round, even if it's not in your rifle or it's not in your magazine, you do have to find that bullet and take the shot. Or what most athletes do, and what I would recommend, is actually just dip into your spare rounds. So all of these rifle stocks have extra bullets in the stock, so that way in case there's an incident or an issue, you can hand load 1 bullet at a time. That's actually the issue for those of you who are watching the youth men and youth women and the U17 men and women this morning. One of our leaders accidentally ended up crossfiring. The leader of the U17 women crossfired, which means she shot the wrong target in her final shooting bout, and she actually ended up shooting onto the leader of the U17 men's category. So it was totally messing with the results. And the leader of the men's category, well, he decided he was going to take the hits and ski away, but the range official told him, no, that's not the rule. You need to shoot 5 shots even if this person shot on your target. So he had to go back. They reset his target. He hit the rest of his targets, and then he went out on course. He did ultimately end up getting a time credit for that mistake. That was not his mistake. He got a time credit for the amount of time that it set him back. But unfortunately for our leader in the U17 women's race, she had to take the penalty, both the 5 penalty loops that she incurred on herself, but also a 30-second penalty for the infraction, and ultimately missed the podium due to that. But you know what? These are all lessons in the sport of biathlon that you're going to have to learn at some point. You would much rather learn this here as a U17 at U.S. National Championships as opposed to learning it in your first World Cup, for example. So this is as much of a weekend of championships as it is a weekend of learning for these young athletes. There's not many biathlon race opportunities where everyone in the country gets together to compete. So taking advantage of this opportunity, both in a head-to-head sense, but also in, a learning sense. As we're looking at the checkpoint here on muddydogsports.com, Grayson Rotbauer is still in first place for our U15 men.
Camera 2, I'm going to go ahead and clear your shot.
I see some ponytails in this range picture here, so my guess is we have our U15 women on course, or on the range here. They're going to be coming through pretty soon. Allie McDonald, again, was our leader after shooting number 1 for the U15 women. Bib 334. I don't see her in this scene, but that is because I think, yes, she just went through the checkpoint, still in first place, just behind Grayson Rotbauer. So our 2 leaders for the U15 category are out there skiing together. Now I wonder if they're going to try to work together, even though they're not racing each other, work together out there on course to push each other and open up the gap. Because only 40 seconds back, we have our Norwegian Frick Sexy and Owen Hemming in third for the U15 men, and Evelyn Scranton only 46 seconds back of Allie McDonald. So the top of the field is still just as tight as ever.
Right there, camera 2.
As we see our first standing shooter come in. Bib 311. Jean Delanier starts off with a miss, but he hits his second shot. 2. There's a miss resets. Take a look at those wind flags. It's not easy out there for him. And misses the last 2 shots. As we see Coach Hillary Becker on the range scoping her athletes. Hillary unfortunately had some issues in her heel that just developed relatively recently, I think in the last week. Normally we'd see her on the start line in the Masters A women category, but today she's going to be Coach Hillary and continue to support her local Crosscut Masters and Juniors. As we see back out on course, we are now following bib 333, and that is Evelyn Scranton. She is the second place, and she is only about 46 seconds back of her competitor, Allie McDonald. So Scranton still looks like she has some good life in her legs as she pushes up over the top. This is also a good view of the course right now and how it's holding up in the sun. The fact that we can still see the skis when they plant their feet tells me that it's still holding up pretty well. You know, sometimes in these sunny conditions, we can start losing the skis under the snow, and even the feet, and the slush comes up to the ankles, and that's extra brutal. So good to see that we can still see her skis out there. As we're taking a look here at Stephen Moses, who's in second place for the Masters Men B category. On lane 2, he hits his first shot. Good example of standing position here. He's really using his skeletal structure to support the rifle. The less you can use muscle, the less the rifle is going to move, because you got to think about it. When you're out there racing and pushing everything you have, your body is going to become fatigued. Your body is going to become tired. And if you're trying to use those tired muscles now to hold the rifle, you're going to see a lot of shake in that barrel, and it's going to be nearly impossible to hit the target. So the more you can rely on your skeletal structure in the position and in the setup, the steadier the barrel movement is going to be. But Moses does hit 3 out of 5 shots. Delanier did have 3 penalties, so Moses is going to close the gap a little bit here, but Jean is still skiing very fast. I don't think it's going to be enough. And here's Thomas Griffith in third. As we see our second place U15 athlete, Evelyn Scranton, making her way to the range. That tells me her nearest competitor in first place, Allie McDonald, is probably going to be coming to the range very soon here. In fact, we see a couple athletes picking up their rifles at the entrance to the range just ahead of Scranton. So expect to see a couple youngsters on the range going into their third shooting here. And there is 331. That's going to be our male leader at the moment for the U15 category. That's Grayson Rotbauer. He is a local Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete, so he knows this range extremely well. He's grown up skiing and racing here, so it's no surprise that he is in the lead.
Camera 8, you are solo right now on the main.
Now, even though this is their third shooting, all these U15 athletes are going to be coming in to shoot in the prone position. Again, at these younger ages, holding the rifle and standing can be very difficult given the weight of the rifle relative to just the athlete's size. So we want to make sure it's a fun and exciting environment for them. Too many misses in standing would definitely cause some loss in the the pipeline. But also, more importantly, the fundamentals that you learn in shooting are so important in prone. you can't wing it in prone. You have to have good fundamentals with good sight alignment, good trigger squeeze, and good position. And so promoting that in the younger levels by keeping the athletes shooting prone is really important for building the foundation for a long-term career in biathlon. As we see number 334 there, that is our first place female in the U15 category, go clean. They are shooting on the bigger targets, so they shoot on small targets for the first 2 bouts, the bigger targets for the second 2, so expect much better shooting here as the race goes on. But so far, Grayson Rotbauer had 1 penalty, so he's going to be in the penalty loop, and here are his male competitors who go clean. So Rotbauer is going to probably get a split as he's leaving the penalty loop if he doesn't, in fact, look back and see what is coming behind him. Eiley McDonald also out of the penalty loop in first place. So again, our first 2 in the U15 category, the first 2 men and women, are skiing together out on course. I like this drone shot. Can we get that?
Throwing to drone.
Third place, Thomas Griffith for the Masters men. Still waiting on our second place. There goes Frick Sexe in second place for the U15, our Norwegian guest, followed closely by Owen Hemming. So the battle for second and third right now for the men's competition, the U15 men's competition, is heating up. Third place is only 42 seconds back, but the separation between second and third is only, it's about 8 seconds. So expect those 2 athletes to be competing against each other as we get this great wide drone shot of the range. We can see all the excitement that's going on, including the volunteer running down the middle of the range. I don't know what's going on there. But you can see, you know, just the excitement that goes on around the biathlon range. And we get also some close-up of the coaches, because, you know, we got to give a shout out to the coaches who are out there, rain and shine, showing up early to paint the targets, set up paper, a lot of them even grooming the course before training. So huge shout out to the coaches who are out here supporting their U15 and master athletes. As we saw clean shooting on lane 13 by Allison Berry. Clean shooting on lane 15. Looks like by Reed Loomis.
Jack, can you swap out batteries on this Master? I think the Master probably died.
Yeah.
This angle gives us a great shot of how the wind flags are looking out there. Just because these athletes aren't shooting prone anymore does not mean that the wind is not going to affect them anymore. I would almost I would say it's the opposite. The more the wind might affect you more in the standing stage, just because there's less stability in the position. There's, you know, your rifle's blowing around in the wind like a sail. So the fact that these athletes are out here still hitting targets, as it looks like lane number 1 has a clean bout there, is really, really inspiring as our next generation is able to keep their calm and keep their nerve even in these difficult conditions. As we see there on lane number 4, Jean Delanière does move in to his last shooting bout. He is our Masters men. Our Masters men B category leader going into the last shooting stage. He has a decent lead over his closest rival. It's not so much so that he can relax, though. He still needs to hit his targets and keep the pressure on out on course. As we get a good zoom in there of Ryan O'Donnell, who's actually also our women's leader, but she is in her third shooting stage. And there goes Delanier with 4 misses, so he definitely leaves the door open from Stephen Moses, who was about 1:40 back last time we saw him come through a checkpoint. So if Moses can come through, clean his targets, and move into first place, he has the opportunity now. He can do it. If you see bid 341 here from the Soldier Hollow, Team Soldier Hollow. That's Lily Naimi. Currently in 11th place for her category. But I think this is the race right here, maybe. We might have our U15 men and women leaders coming in. 312 there, standing, shooting. That is second place Stephen Moses. Catching his breath. This is going to be an important shooting for him. The door is open. Jean Delanier has not come through the checkpoint yet, so he's still in the penalty loop. See a lot of deep breaths, a lot of hands on knees. This altitude is unforgiving. As there's our leader, you can see the lefty in the distance there. Grayson Rotbauer coming in for his last shooting stage. Rotbauer on lane 17. Right next to him, Allie McDonald. She's our women's leader. So 17 and 18 is what you want to look for. Hit for Rotbauer. 2, 3, 4. And Rotbauer goes clean, so that is probably going to close the door on Frick, who's coming up next. Allie has 3 hits. McDonald hits her 4th. And Allie McDonald also goes clean, so our 2 leaders in the U15 category have put a statement on the board in their last shooting, telling their competitors they need to shoot well if they want to play. Our 2 leaders for the U15 category are out clean on their last shooting. The closest competitors are in the range right now. A tight battle between Frick Sexe and Owen Hemming from for the second place position in the U15 category. Evelyn Scranton from Crosscut Mountain Sports Center was about 1 minute back. And from the confusion on the range, there may be another crossfire situation. Even the range officials aren't sure what's going on. Hopefully this athlete can take the time to gather their breath after this incredibly difficult altitude course. But yeah, out on course, Rotbauer and McDonald are head-to-head racing in the women's and men's U15 category, and they are going to be well ahead of their closest competitors. Stephen Moses was not able to close the door on De Jalière, and there goes Frick Sexe in second place, 43 seconds back. Wow, 1 second ahead of Owen Hemming. So we're going to have a battle for second place in the U15 men's category. Still waiting on Evelyn Scranton, who I believe is in prone position right here lane 14 starts off with 3 hits. I'm sorry, that's Emery Belden. She's in third. So Scranton is either out of the range or in the penalty loop. And there goes Scranton into second, still 1 minute back. So what an exciting final shooting for the U15 men and women's category. We do have a fight out there for second place in the U15 men, so we will keep you updated on that. You can go to muddydogsports.com and check out the live splits yourself. But as we see here, we now have our Masters A category off. This is our final competition of the day. The only thing separating these competitors from those who are on course right now, they're a little bit younger, a little bit snappier, but they are gearing up for a fun battle.
Stand by camera 7. Throw to camera 7, camera 2.
Good representation in the Masters A category. Just like the earlier races, we have everything mixed together, men and women. But as these athletes are a little bit younger, they are going to do a little bit longer of a loop. Looks like we have a little carnage there in the middle of the pack going up that first hill. This course is IBU regulation. This is the width that you see on the World Cup and at the Olympics. So as things get settled, everyone will start to file in, usually in 2 lines. But it's always a bummer when you get stuck in that middle lane. Sometimes you just can't help it. No one's going to let you in the line, and you just have to figure it out. And sometimes your skis get stepped on. As long as no one's stepping on your poles and all your equipment stays in working condition, it's just part of racing, unfortunately.
Okay, that looks good. Camera 2.
As you see, a couple different techniques going up here. Most of these athletes using the V1 technique. That's a standard technique for skiing up hills, all about keeping your momentum up against the elevation that you're climbing. But we also see what I refer to as the coach's skate technique. It's a little bit more forgiving on the legs and on the body, not necessarily as fast. That's why you don't see too many athletes using it. But in a long race like this at altitude, it could be a good strategy if someone's looking to keep efficient out there on the skis. As we follow our Masters A category around the course, it looks like that group is being strung out already. As we have some of our final competitors on the range. If you're looking for your athlete who maybe we missed in the range, you can still see their shooting data here.
Okay. Throwing to camera 2 is the main.
So as our Masters A athletes are out there, we're going to cut back to the finish to see Jean Delanière take the win in the Masters B category. Great skiing by Jean. He looked very sparky out there. It looks like he had a lot of life under his feet. I seem to recall it wasn't maybe his best shooting day, but you know what? He got the job done, and he crosses the line in first place. So huge congrats to Jean. As we look back, here comes our U15 men's winner. It's going to be Grayson Rotbauer from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. Look at how much life he's got in his legs. He knows this course like the back of his hand. But the real battle is going to be for second place as we see Allie McDonald coming down the line here. I think it's great that the two champions for the U15 category were pretty much racing head-to-head against each other the whole time. But who's that behind Allie McDonald? Is that going to be Owen Hemming, or is that Frikk Sekse from Norway taking silver in the U15 men's category? It looks like it's going to be Hemming from Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. And yes, it is, because there goes Sekse, who lost some time to Hemming on the last lap. So I think that's going to be your podium there. Just trying to pull up the live results. Great. Great collapse at the finish there. You can see these youngsters, even though they're young, they are giving it everything on the course right now. So yeah, the U15 boys podium, Grayson Rotbauer, Owen Hemming from Crosscut, and then Frikk Sekse from Folsom IF in Norway. U15 girls, Allie McDonald from Foothills Nordic Club just beats out Evelyn Scranton by about a minute. Evelyn representing Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. So great to see all the locals coming out to race this event. So what a great performance by our youngsters. Just because they're young, they're a little bit less experienced, and they're not racing as far, they put on a great show for us today. And so I thank them for giving it their all out there in these tough conditions. As our Masters A category is going to be coming into the range pretty soon here, as we see our final podium place for the U15 women crossing the finish line. That's going to be Emery Baldwin, another Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete, and that's going to round out your podium for the U15 women as we go cut back out on course. Here is your Masters A men leader, Doug Dreisen. He had a great ski performance yesterday, and pretty decent shooting kept him towards the front of the pack. It gave him the win. We'll see Doug Dreisen come into lane 1, shooting his first prone. And it's going to be interesting to see who is chasing. Doug, I think, has the advantage on the skis. But I think the fight between second and fifth is going to be pretty tight. There's Mark Shepard. Wow, actually, Mark Shepard is in the lead over Doug Dreisen, two Altius teammates. That's why I was getting them confused. They're wearing the same uniform, the green Altius uniform. There's Dreisen getting into lane 2. So Mark Shepard is going to take the lead here into lane 1. Now, really, really interesting here. Take a look at the way Shepard rebolts his rifle. He's got an old German rifle that don't make anymore. Look at how he rebolts. He doesn't need the Fortner action, the straight pull. He just cocks the pistol grip of the bolt to rebolt the rifle. So let's see if this gives him an advantage. He's hit 2 out of his first 3 shots. There goes number 3 and 4. So Mark Shepard is away with 1 penalty. Dreisen goes 4 for 4. Oh, and Dreisen jerked the last shot. So Dreisen's going to be in the penalty loop as well. That's going to leave the door open for Mailer, who is bib 387 here. They're in 3rd place. Ian Twomley, he goes 4 for 4 and goes clean. So I believe Ian Twomley is going to go into the lead here, or all 3 of these guys are going to be heading back out on course together. Mark Mailer now lining up on lane 5. Pretty good shooting despite the wind. So far, our first 3 competitors have only missed 2 targets between them. 3 hits for Mailer.
Park camera, just the number of people.
4 for Scott Weichler in lane 5. Mailer with 2 penalties. Weichler misses his last shot. Sebastian White looks like he went dirty. Looks like there was some confusion on the faces of some of the athletes, so not 100% sure what was going on there. I see there looks like actually Mark Tereski on lane 6 went dirty with 5 misses, so we'll see what ends up happening. It'll all shake out. You can follow along at home on the live results, MoneyDogSports.com, but I can tell you, after shooting number 1, it's Ian Twomley who does take the lead over Shepard and Dreisen. Shepard 3 seconds back, Dreisen 10 seconds back. So there is your leaders after shooting. There are your leaders after shooting number 1. Jim Becker moves into 4th place. As we see our women Masters A coming into the range now on lane 2. Can't see the number of the athlete on lane 2. I do know that lane 3 is going to be Meredith Carpenter. She was yesterday's winner.
You can, let's just leave, there's enough people, Jed, let's just take that picture off right now, because it's at the bottom right, because it, yeah, it just kind of, it's a cleaner shot. Until the drone's back up, we can.
And camera 2.
It's Sabine Arnold on lane 2. Excuse me, Sabine Arnold. She has hit 3 out of 5, so she is out of there. Meredith Carpenter looks like she missed her first 2 shots on lane 3. Let's see if she can stay with Arnold there. Oh, she cannot. So Carpenter is going to have 3 penalties. Arnold has 2. One of our women coming up from a little bit down the range. Didn't see who that was, but we'll have the split times coming through in just a moment. After they do their penalty loops and go back out on course, I'll have a more detailed standings for you for the Masters women. So again, after the first shooting here, we have 3 Masters men within 10 seconds of each other. You know that they're probably going to try to catch up to each other out on course and maybe work together, do a little cat and mouse. But then after those top 3, a big gap till Becker, Weichler, Halligan, Mailer, all within a minute of each other there. So a decent chase group as well. This race is definitely not over. In fact, it's just heating up for the Masters men. So back out on Muddy Dog Sports, Sabine Arnold is the first one back out on course.
Go back to the finish, camera 7.
Waiting for the second women to come through. Barbara Blanky, Jennifer Higgins, Meredith Carpenter, all in the penalty loop as we speak. So there's going to be a good fight here for second place. And there goes Barbara Blanky into second place, 24 seconds back. Oh, just ahead of Janelle Webb, 36 seconds back. So there's your top 3 for the Masters women.
Okay, you're clear, camera 2. Camera 7, I got you picture in picture. And clear, camera 7.
So the top 3 in the Masters women's category are all separated by 36 seconds. So there's a race developing there. We'll keep an eye on that as they make their way around the course for lap number 2. For those wondering at home, it is just as windy as it has been earlier in the day. So don't expect the wind to die down and
I got you back, camera.
so we're back out on course here, getting a beautiful view of the canyon and the conditions that our racers are experiencing out there. Absolutely beautiful day as we see Mark Shepard come past. Here's our leaders in the Masters Men category. Shepard has taken the lead over his closest, or I guess Ian Twomley, who was leading after the first shooting. So here's first and second now for the Masters Men's category. Mark Shepard in the green, Ian Twomley in the blue. Both skiing very well. These two were first and second into the range, into the first shooting. So you know that they're probably going to be pulling away from their competitors. It's becoming a competition between these two competitors right here. As we see also Bib 345 doing their best. That is Joel Rosum. Looks like from Foothills making his way to the finish. He's almost there, Joel. Keep up the good work. Now into the second shooting. This cat and mouse game of Shepard and Twomley. They're going to go in for a second prone stage before they go into standing. Keeping it wide as they enter the range for some reason. Here we are, Shepard, Twomley coming into shooting number 2, and there is a chaser back there. That's Jim Becker, I believe. No, that must be Doug Dreisen with the green suit. So, third place is close. If either of these athletes have a hiccup in the range, you know that the competitors are going to be right there to try to pounce onto the podium. If Mark Shepard here is anything like his son Thor, expect him to rattle off some shots pretty quickly. Shepards have always been known for being fast and accurate. Hit for Shepard to start it off, puts the pressure on Twomley to answer. Misses his second shot, hits the third. Miss again for Shepard. 2 penalty loops for Shepard. Twomley hits his 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4. And Twomley, I believe, is going to take the lead back from Shepard. Only 1 penalty loop. Dreisen shooting fast, has 3. So Dreisen is going to really have to pick it up on skis if he wants to stay with Twomley and Shepard. I believe this cat and mouse game is going to go on all day. 1 for Twomley, 2 for Shepard.
Camera 7 is the main. If you could get them in the frame a little bit more to the right, camera 7.
As we see them heading around the penalty loop, it's soft out there. Twomley just letting Dreisen go. Shepard probably making his way back around for his second lap. As we're following our current leader, there's Twomley, Ian Twomley. And there goes Twomley leaving the loop. Twomley first out the checkpoint after shooting number 2 for the Masters Men.
Camera 7. There you go. Awesome.
Shepard now on course, 3 seconds back.
Camera 7.
Shepard now, of course, 20 seconds back, actually. So he's going to have to pick it up to make it back up with Twomley. I believe Shepard has been skiing pretty well because he's come out of the range second on both shooting occasions, and he was the first one in the range after the mass start. So I'm going to give the edge on the skis to Mark Shepard. So expect these two to come in facing head-to-head for the standing shooting. So this is gearing up to be a pretty exciting one, as we see Scott Weichler in the range and Mark Mailer getting into position. And there's Jim Becker coming in. These are all the chasers, placed 4, 5, and 6. Dreisen, even though he has 3 penalty loops, he does leave the range in third, a minute back, so 40 seconds back of Shepard. He has a pretty decent lead over these competitors that are chasing, so I don't expect any of these 3 to start fighting for the podium, barring any absolute catastrophes in front of them. So I think the race is going to come down to the 3 that we are following here. Ian Twomley, who we are currently watching up the climb, followed closely by Mark Shepard, and if either of them falter, Doug Dreisen is ready to attack.
Do we think we can take the picture?
Becker 4 out of 5. Good shooting there. Oh, I'm sorry. Becker 4 misses. Looks like we had Weichler 4 out of 5, as well as Mailer 4 out of 5. Sean Halligan in the range now. Rumor has it the 0 was good. So we'll see if it pays off for Halligan as he hits his first. Second. Third for Halligan. Fourth. And with a hit here, he might be able to move up to lead that chase group. And it looks like he missed. Sean Halligan misses his last shot, but 4 out of 5 is going to be good to maintain his position in this chase group here. We can thank Tim Burke for his great 0 there. Sebastian White in lane 9, 9th place, clean shooting, so he's actually going to jump up quite a bit. Oh, but Sebastian White goes down. He gets tangled. We have it on another camera angle of Sebastian White getting caught in this rack right here. So there goes all his momentum from clean shooting. Hopefully, it looked like it only took him back maybe 5 seconds or so it's not going to be make or break. But Sebastian White, clean shooting, he's probably going to jump up here pretty drastically. Yes, he does. He moves into 5th place from 9th place. So Sebastian White jumping Mailer, Halligan, and Becker out there as we're continuing to follow Ian Twomley. Is there any sign of Mark Shepard now in the chase group? Because as I'm predicting, Shepard is going to be able to close down on Twomley by the time they get to the range. But if not, it's not over for Shepard. There's still 2 shooting stages and the standing stages. In this wind that we're having today, this race is nowhere close to being over, not even for Doug Dreisen, who's about a minute back at this point. And here comes Shepard. So that was a really good example of the separation between these two here. Looks like, just from my estimation, I believe Twomley might actually be pulling away from Shepard. So he's giving himself the best advantage that he can by the time he gets to the shooting range. I still think Shepard is going to be able to shoot pretty decently and pretty quickly. So it's even though it looks like the gap is growing here, Twomley does not have this race in the bag yet by any means. As we look down at our range, we see our women are in the range here as Janelle Webb, who is currently going to be in 3rd place, I believe, after shooting number 1. Yep, 3rd place. She's making her way into the point, so that means our leading women are on the point right now. Sabine Arnold on lane 16, misses her second shot, but has gone 2 for 3. Barbara Blanky is also in there, starting her shooting stage. There goes Sabine Arnold with 3 penalties, so she leaves the door open for Blanky or Webb. Webb on lane 21, Blanky on lane 19. Starts with a hit.
Copy.
With the slope going up too, it's almost kind of scary to get people.
No.
I'm gonna say if you want to just bail,
Not sure what's going on down range right now. It looks like we're getting updates from the graphics. So it looks like Janelle Webb and Barbara Blanky are having some issues. There's Blanky getting up off the point with 4 open targets still. So she leaves the door open for Janelle Webb now to move into a top position. If she can hit the rest of her targets on lane 21, she hit one of them. Even a second hit here would do wonders for her, as the leaders in the Masters Women category are not doing so well on the range. Webb out of the shooting range now with 3 misses. So the Masters Women are leaving the door open to their chasers. Meredith Carpenter now on 25. Shot clean yesterday, 0+0. Lane 25, she is now in position with good shooting to bring herself right back into this race. As we're following Mark Shepard, he was not able to catch up to Ian Tereski, who is currently, or Ian Twomley, I'm sorry, who's currently entering the range. It looks like their separation is going to be about the same as when they left. Ian Twomley left with a 20-second advantage over Shepard, and it looked like for a moment there Twomley was pulling away, but you could see Twomley entering the range just ahead of Shepard. So the leaders are skiing about the same pace. That means this could come down to a shooting competition. Coming in for their first standing shooting, there's plenty of race left to go, but you definitely want to hit your targets. That's for sure in biathlon. I'll give you a quick update on the women's standings as they update, but we're gonna look here now at Ian Twomley, bib 387 from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. He's in lane 1. He's your leader. Any moment now, Mark Shepard should be joining him on the point, as Sabine Arnold does maintain her lead in the Masters Women's category. 24 seconds up on Barbara Blanky and 36 over Janelle Webb. But to the men now. Twomley looks like 2 shots with 2 misses. Hits his third. Door is open for Shepard with good shooting. Doesn't need to be fast here. He's right on Twomley. Twomley hits his last shot. Shepard 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Misses the third. 4. And misses number 5. He looks back in disbelief. So it's going to be 2 for Mark Shepard, 3 for Twomley. Twomley has about a half a penalty loop advantage. So I think Shepard's going to leave the penalty loop ahead of Twomley. Twomley's now going to have to get on his horse to cut down the lead that Shepard has. Here's Doug Dreisen. Again, don't count him out. The door is open now here with good shooting. Look at the win flags. The opportunity is there if he can maintain his nerve and his steadiness. Dreisen was yesterday's winner, so he is capable of winning this competition and beating this field.
Is anyone still left on course from?
One miss off the rip for Doug Dreisen. Hits the next 2. Looks like he just missed number 2, his 4th shot. And he hits the last. So, unfortunately, that is not going to be enough because Twomley and So actually, with Twomley missing 3, that could be enough for Dreisen to move up into second or at least closer to second place. We're going to see here in a moment as they leave the penalty loop. As we get a look at the penalty loop here, looking for some fast-moving masters. I believe that's Mark Shepard who just left the penalty loop, and it was. Mark Shepard is now headed back out on course. You can see him heading down the hill. Looks like he may have even taken a feed there, looking for Twomley and Dreisen. Who's going to come out to chase him? Here's Twomley now leaving the penalty loop. Going past the checkpoint. Second place, 32 seconds back. So he's going to really have to pick it up if he's going to catch Shepard. Doug Dreisen now. He's about 15 meters from the checkpoint. He will be behind Twomley. So the race is heating up at the front. And we have a skier going backwards now up the course. Who could that be? Is that Mark Shepard going backwards to the penalty loop for something? Did Mark Shepard skip a penalty loop? Do we have a closer penalty loop footage?
Go to the penalty loop picture and compare go in camera 3.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a look to see who that was going backwards on the penalty loop. It looked like it was Mark Shepard. Mark Shepard missed the penalty loop, and he went back. He's doing it correctly, but he did just forfeit his place at the beginning of, or at the front of the field. Twomley now in first place. Dreisen 30 seconds back in second. The live timing is going to be a little bit messed up until we clarify what is going on here. But Mark Shepard is now in third place. He missed a penalty loop, had to go back up the hill. He did everything correct. He just lost his place at the front of the field. This is brutal for Shepard. Still in third place, he's getting the split from his coach and wife, S.J. Shepard there. Mark Shepard now going through the checkpoint again. It's going to be actually really hard to see where he is. It's going to mess up the live timing here, but we'll keep you updated with the drone footage here as we see Scott Weichler on the range with 2 hits out of 5. But wow, that was incredible. I really thought that Mark Shepard did his 2 penalty loops. It seemed like, because he had 2 penalties, it seemed like the right amount of time between leaving the range and getting back out on course. Everything seemed right. Maybe he thought he missed a penalty loop and went back and did it again anyway, because the distance between Shepard and Twomley is about what we expected it to be. So we're definitely going to have to find Mark after the race to figure out what was going on there, as we see the local Sebastian White competing here, bib 365 on lane 6. Wow, chaos. As we see Sean Halligan on the range here. Halligan known for, in his own words, ruining great performances with poor standing shooting. We'll see if that reigns true today. The wind is not helping him at all. My professional opinion that I've shared with Halligan many times as he hits his first 2 is he needs to do some more dry fire. So far it seems to be working as he hits 2 out of 3. A little reset here. If he can maintain above 50% in standing, I think he'll be happy with that. And there it is. Shake of the head. He knows he could have done better, but it's only 2 penalty loops this time. So again, after shooting number 3, the first standing shooting of the race, we saw Mark Shepard have 2 penalties, go around the penalty loop, head out back on course in the lead, followed by Twomley and Dreisen, who were 32 seconds and 1 minute back, respectively. But suddenly, Mark Shepard turned around, came back up the hill, did a penalty loop, and headed back out on course, now about 30 seconds behind Doug Dreisen, well ahead of fourth place. So those top three are still in the lead, but pretty chaotic scene there. I could have swore that Shepard did the right amount of penalty loops because it seemed like the gaps between him and Twomley were what we expected. So I wonder if Shepard was decided better safe than sorry and just decided to go back and do it again. We're going to have our women coming into shoot standing pretty soon. We actually have Sabine Arnold in first place, just ahead of Cecile Knight, actually. We haven't talked about Cecile, but she has moved her way up into second place, 5 seconds back of Sabine Arnold, and they're going to be a pretty decent lead, have a pretty decent lead over Janelle Webb in third, about a minute back, and about 2 minutes back, and Barbara Blanky 2:01 back. So a good fight going on for third place as well. But we did miss Cassie Knight. I'm sorry, we did miss Cassie Knight going into second place there. But we will see them coming in for their standing shooting, I'm sure, very soon. And actually, I'm just now getting word that Mark Mailer, who was in the fight here with the leaders, has decided to drop out and DNF. So that's why we don't see Mailer up in the fight with Dreisen, Twomley, and Shepard, where you would expect him to be. But again, from a rules perspective, Mark Shepard did everything correct there. The only thing that he's going to be penalized for is just having to go back, and he did it to himself, regardless of whether or not he skipped the penalty loop. If he skipped the penalty loop and went out on course and did not come back, he would receive a 2-minute penalty for that. But the fact that he did come back and do it, my guess is there's not going to be any penalties for that instance. It's just going to be a matter of the time lost from having to go backwards and redo that penalty loop. We're looking at bib 390 here at the back of this line. That's Cassie Knight. She's going to be our leader for the Masters women. Cassie Knight on lane 15. She was 5 seconds back of our Sabine Arnold after shooting number 2. Where's Sabine now? Looks like Cassie's skiing very well if she's able to pull away from Sabine here. So there goes bib number 390. That's Cassie Knight. And unfortunately, it looks like she's going to have 5 penalty loops. So the door is now open for Sabine Arnold. Now, Sabine, if you follow Masters Biathlon throughout the U.S., she's a familiar name here. She does travel to a lot of the competitions around the U.S., so she has a lot of experience racing biathlon. As we see her here in bib 376, getting set. It's all about that position. It's all about that setup. Sabine is going to be on lane 16, so as we're watching our shooting graphic, we can follow along here. Hit for Sabine Arnold. .387, that's our leader. And as Sabine is shooting, we're looking at .387. Ian Twomley coming into the shooting range now. He's our leader after Mark Shepard had to turn around and go do that extra penalty loop. You can see Ian loading his rifle there as Arnold goes 4 for 5. She is certainly going to move into first place here for the Masters women after shooting 3. But now we direct our attention. Here's the race for first place. We have Twomley. Looks like he's going to be on lane number 19. Lane number 19 for Twomley. Lane number 20 for Dreisen. Still waiting for Mark Shepard. Dreisen now, 2 hits. Misses his first. Awesome. Looks like Twomley is out with 1 hit. Twomley leaves the door open. 4 penalties. Dreisen goes 3 for 4. So he's got 2 penalties here. Mark Shepard enters the range in the green. If he shoots fast, if he shoots clean, he can still win this event and save whatever happened after the 3rd shooting. But he needs to do it quickly. All 3 of these men at the front of the field are skiing relatively similar speeds, so it's not going to be a matter of being able to close it down on the course. Shepard looks like he's going to set up on lane 21. The top right graphic hits. Miss for Shepard. 2 misses. He has to reset. He can't miss anymore. Twomley had 4 penalties, but he's probably through at least 2 by now, so he can't miss anymore if he wants to stay in second. And Shepard leaves with 4 penalties, so that's going to be Doug Dreisen's race. The race for second is going to be a pretty tight one between Twomley and Shepard. Obviously, Twomley has the advantage there. I don't think any of these chasers are going to be in the mix. Sebastian White, maybe? As we see Janelle Webb from Auburn Ski Club. She is currently in 4th or 5th place, so she needs some good shooting here to stay in touch with leaders. Lot of poor shooting, to say the least, on the last shooting stage. This course is definitely, I think, getting to people. Dreisen now on lap 5 in 1st place. We can see from the penalty loop here. There goes Shepard, or here comes Shepard in the green. Looking for Twomley in the blue. Here's Twomley. It's going to be a matter of who leaves the penalty loop first.
About 5 minutes.
There's Meredith Carpenter coming into chute standing. Coming in hot. And Twomley does go into 2nd place, 1:11 back. Shepard about half a penalty loop back. He'll be leaving the checkpoint soon. Wow, Shepard right behind Twomley. 2:22 back to Twomley's 1:11. So 11 seconds are separating 2nd and 3rd place. Good position here from Meredith Carpenter on the range. Hit for Carpenter. 2. Wow, what an exciting battle and excitement at the end there. So yeah, again, waiting for our Masters men to come through. Doug Dreisen, after a crazy back and forth event after the third shooting. Go back and watch it if you're just joining us now. But Mark Shepard took the lead after shooting 3, realized he forgot a penalty loop and had to ski backwards. We are still unsure whether or not Shepard did forget the penalty loop. Oh, as we see Sean Halligan coming to shoot prone for some reason. He should be shooting standing. He knows better. He's only been doing this for probably 30 plus years, but he gets it. But anyway, after shooting 3, Shepard, whether or not he forgot his penalty loop, he did go back and redo a penalty loop and gave the lead to Twomley and Dreisen, who then came in. All 3 of them had pretty poor shooting in the final standing stage, but it was Dreisen who was able to get away with 3 out of 5 and take the win. Twomley has about 11-second lead over Shepard, so we're waiting to see if they're going to come in together or if Twomley's going to be able to hold off Shepard. As we see, Halligan here hits his first 2 out of 3, misses number 4. And misses number 5. So there we go, 50% shooting from the stand for Halligan. That's about as much as he could have asked for in these difficult conditions. Look at the wind flags howling.
We'll have him kind of scout. Do you think,
I think
if you can identify the men?
All right, here we go. We have our leader, Doug Dreisen, going towards the finish line here. What a crazy turn of events in this Masters A category. Oh, yeah, I could have finished, actually. That's not our leader. Our leader, Doug Dreisen, is actually coming down the finish line. He was way faster than we were expecting him to get through this course. There you are, your Masters A Mastar champion from the U.S. Biathlon Spring Festival. It's Doug Dreisen. And take a look at the look on his face there. It was a tough battle out on course. Squeaked it out at the end. He's definitely feeling the altitude.
You could probably go to drones.
Throw the drone. Clear 2.
And I believe this is going to be Ian Twomley coming in here, third in line. See if he makes the turn towards the finish. Yes, he does. There goes Twomley. So Twomley is able to hold off Mark Shepard with impressive skiing on the last lap. Ian Twomley from the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center is going to move into second place in this men's Masters A mass start. As we take a look at the range there, we have our women's leaders on the range here. This is also stacking up to be a pretty competitive battle between Sabine Arnold and Cassie Knight. Arnold now on the range in lane 13. She has a pretty decent lead over Knight. Knight is skiing pretty fast out there. So if Arnold can hit her shots, she's going to walk away as the champion today. Knight now. Looks like she's on lane 16. So Cassie Knight has already taken back a minute and 47 deficit. Lane 16, Cassie Knight already took back a huge deficit off of Sabine Arnold, who's on lane 13. I don't know if either of them have taken a shot yet. As we see Mark Shepard across the line in third for the Masters men. Arnold hits her second shot. Hits her third. Cassie Knight starts with a hit.
Big on the shooting, Jet. We'll take drone. We're off drone for big.
Sabine Arnold, 376 there, leaves with 3 penalties. Cassie Knight has 1 hit.
We can do picture-in-picture drone.
Knight is now leaving the penalty, or is now leaving the range with 4 penalties. So it's going to be a ski race down the final stretch here. Knight obviously skiing extremely well out there. She has 1 extra penalty loop on Arnold, but if the data in the timing here is correct, she made up a minute and 47 second gap on Sabine Arnold on that last lap. So I don't think 1 penalty loop is going to be enough for Sabine Arnold. We'll take a look at the splits after they do their penalty loops. We'll have more updated splits for you in approximately 1 minute once they get through their penalty laps. Barbara Blanky, bib 373. We're waiting for her to come in third. She was about a minute back of Cassie Knight. And a full 3 minutes back of Sabine Arnold. I believe this is our 3rd place athlete. This is Barbara Blanky. Our first 2 athletes are still in the penalty loop. They have not come through the checkpoint yet on Muddy Dog Sports. So if Blanky can shoot clean here, she will re-enter the race for the win. As we have our clip of the penalty loop. Whoever that is, they're going back for another round. So the opportunity is still there for Blanky, who starts with a hit on lane 19. Two hits for Blanky. As Sabine Arnold takes off out of the penalty loop in first place. How much of a lead is she going to have on Cassie Knight? Blanky now with 3 penalty loops, so she is out of the race for the lead. Cassie Knight comes through. Second place, 30 seconds back. Cassie Knight, 30 seconds back of Sabine Arnold. And if the data is correct, that is a gap that she is going to be able to overcome here, as we see something going on the range. I think another crossfire. A lot of crossfiring going on today. Not something you typically see on the World Cup, so it's cool that we get to see the different situations that could happen on a biathlon range today. All right, here we are with Cassie Knight. She is second place for the women right now. She is 30 seconds back of Sabine Arnold. So we're going to see if she can close down the gap. Nice push over the top here for Cassie Knight. It's hard to tell who is in front of her, but you got to believe that one of those women that she's chasing down is Sabine Arnold. We'll see if Cassie Knight can stay in front. So we'll keep you updated as they make their way around the turn into the finish for that probably going to be a sprint finish for the Masters women race. Sabine Arnold first, Cassie Knight second, 30 seconds back. In third place, Barbara Blank in 3:30 back, just ahead of Janelle Webb from Auburn Ski Club, 4:12 back in fourth. So could be a good race there for third, but we're definitely going to keep an eye on the front of the field here, as we're seeing some of our later competitors battling the wind. This is bib 382, Jens Leersen. Looks like he's negotiating with the range official for maybe one extra hit or something. Unfortunately, can't give that out. He's got to go do his one penalty, which, quite frankly, 4 out of 5 in this wind is pretty good.
Patrick, stay on that guy who looks really miserable right there. Get really
As we
close on
see
his face,
from the finish,
as close as you can. Just right there. Yeah.
there's Ed Hirsch from Crosscut. Put in a good effort there.
Thank you.
You can only imagine what's going through these competitors' minds when they first cross the finish line after such a difficult race. We'll take a look at what's going on. Oh, shit.
Oh, hey,
That was my bad.
never mind.
Can we take this off since I'm on range? So as we see some of the competitors coming through here, we're probably going to get an update on how the women's race is going pretty soon. We'll probably see some of our first women coming around. As we get a nice wide angle of the carnage after the race. Not as dramatic as our U17s and U15s earlier. Waiting for our Masters women now. So here's a good look at the post-race inspection. Again, we are using real firearms here with real ammo. Safety is the number one priority. After every race, every competitor has their rifles checked. All the ammo is taken out of their rifles, even in magazines that are unused, even in their spare rounds. All ammo is taken out, so that way we can be sure that the rifle is safe before they leave the course in the finish area. Bolts are also opened, but you can see that the volunteers do a great job here of handling the rifle with care and safely, always pointed up. And in biathlon, which is a little different than hunting maybe, we always keep the rifle either pointed up or pointed downrange. As we pan back, we have another finisher here. Who could this be?
You can do the drone shot for the Jake.
Another master man coming through the finish line. Still waiting to see if Cassie Knight is going to be able to cut down that 30-second lead that Sabine Arnold has. There's bib number 264. We followed them through the race quite a bit today.
So when you see them,
Here comes our first woman around the corner. Looks like it is going to be bib number 390. Is that Cassie Knight? Did she take the lead? It is 390. Cassie Knight took the lead from Sabine Arnold. She's going to be your first one across the finish line for the Masters women. Your Masters A women champion. Cassie Knight, number 390, representing the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center with some absolutely incredible skiing out there. Here comes Sabine Arnold, I believe, coming around the corner. Great race for Sabine Arnold. She should be very proud of that performance. Good shooting in these tough conditions. Just could not match the overpowering speed from Cassie Knight. There is second place crossing the finish line right now. From the Washington Biathlon Association, it's Sabine Arnold. So what an exciting event that turned out to be. Chaos in the men's race and really impressive skiing on the women's side. for Cassie Knight to do so well against the altitude, although she is a Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athlete, so she might be familiar with this course, familiar with the altitude, so that definitely gave her a little bit of a home field advantage. As you see Greg Pattison across the finish line, recovering from his performance here. And here comes Barbara Blank across the finish line. That's going to be your third place finisher for the Masters Women category here. So that rounds out your podium. Again, it's going to be Cassie Knight with incredible skiing on the last lap, just edging out Sabine Arnold. And then Barbara Blanky from Team Soldier Hollow, rounding out your women's podium. So stick around, everybody. We do have awards coming up, and we'll celebrate these champions of biathlon, celebrate their success today. We have a few athletes out on course still, so it's going to be a moment, but please stick with us for the awards. And then we'll finish up a full day of mass start racing here at the Crosscut Mountain Sports Center, and a full day of biathlon racing here at the 2025 U.S. Biathlon Senior National Championships and Spring Festival presented by Toyota.